You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right?
Right.
Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them.
Well, that's not what I was told.
And maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Love that takes you higher, I will forever be intertwined with you. Where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever. Forever.
Can you hear me? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologise. Our keynote is on her way. They're in traffic at the moment, so literally another 5 minutes. We want to try and keep the schedule to order if possible. And then you'll hear less of me and more of the speakers. Okay, thank you.
Wait to be with you. You can't wait for their affirmation. You can't wait for their approval. You can't wait for their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who makes you run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not going to do it. Listen to me, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life is chasing you. You can't stop believing in yourself just because somebody in your life won't believe in you. You can't stop chasing the dreams of your life just because when you know when you do it, you're going to have to do it all by yourself.
Good morning, everyone, and sorry for the delay. I prepared a little speech, but I'm going to skip it because we're already 30 minutes late. I want to welcome everybody. Good morning, and welcome to the 6th Annual Healthcare Disruptor Congress. I thank you all from the deep of my heart for being here today, especially the speakers who have been preparing for the past 2 weeks and communicating with each other. I want to thank Dr. Simon. He is from Burjeel Medical City to chair our event. Thank you, Dr. Simon. We have a long and exciting day ahead of us, so I urge everybody to stick to the schedule so we can finish on time. I thank you again for being here with us today. Join me to welcome on stage Her Excellency, Dr. Miriam Matar. She is the CEO, she's the founder and chairperson of UAE Genetic Diseases Association. أهلا وسهلا فيكي دكتور، نورت الدار. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for waiting. I never knew that the way from Abu Dhabi, I went out at 7, but you never guarantee the traffic. I do apologize. Accept my apologies for that. Thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here and privileged to be with all of you, and I would like to extend a special appreciation and thanks for the organizer for inviting me to be part of this event. My name is Miriam Mohammed Fatma Matar, and I don't know how many of you are aware about our small organization, UAE Genetic Disease Association. Fair. Oh, mashallah, that's good. Thank you very much. So we are an organization which was established back in 2004. And when we talk about disruption of whatever system, I think with the great support of my lovely team, we were pioneering this area back in 2004. And I'll share with you briefly, in less than 1 minute, some of the milestones we were able to do, simply collectively because of the great support of 17 nationalities who love this country, and they've been here more than 20 years, and they came on board as a volunteer to support us to accomplish our mission. If you would like me to reply back on your email personally, add my mother name whenever you address me. If you wish my office to reply you, please go ahead with Maryam Matar only. So this is one of my ambition and not a dream, it's an ambition that where I'm promoting since 2001 to add our mother name to our full name. And that is a very little appreciation for the great impact of X chromosome and for the mitochondria on the development of human being and development of any civilization. So if we have any community, and if you are a smart gentleman and you have a smart boy, please be aware 99.9% goes to your mother or to your wife. And as you know, when we talk about male and female, we love our parents, we love our father, but when it's come to biology, we know that the sperm simply will give only those 23 chromosomes, while the mother egg will give you all those main elements of your cell when it comes especially to mitochondria, where we are focusing today, and it will be the main point where I will emphasize on. I started back in 2003 in these series, and from 2003 till today, science are updating in rocket time, and I'm trying to cope as much as possible and try to empower my community, and I focus mainly on advocating for legislation, and that's what I found it has a huge impact for any modification. I'm sure you know this gentleman. God bless his soul, our founder, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. For me to be here on the stage goes back to this gentleman. Back in 1960s, when we discovered oil in UAE and especially in Abu Dhabi, they started forming and establishing normal stream school. His Highness noticed majority of the tribe, they only sent boys to the school. There is no single female. And he tried to encourage them, but it was not easy. So what he've done with his wisdom, he announced in the tribe, any house, any family will send one female to the school. By the end of the month, I guarantee them 20 kg of sugar, 20 kg of date, 20 kg of wheat, 20 kg of rice. So no wonder when we talk about 2019, where the graduate of higher education, more than 62% were female. And I believe I'm representing one of those achievements of such leader, where because of him, in 2004, I came along other 4 colleagues to establish this organization. And I'm proud that I am on board as a volunteer, and I donated all my salary since 2004 till today back to the clinic and to the polyclinic which we have. We have a great vision, and we were able to achieve it. And again, it's because of the teamwork and the 17 nationalities who came on board back in 2004. This is the core team, and 6 of those gentlemen in that picture right now either minister or undersecretary. And we were lucky enough to have a great support from everybody in the country, especially from the higher authority. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister himself, came and inaugurated our lab. And bear in mind, this lab was mainly and only initiated with a donation from the population. We didn't take one single dirham from the government. It was purely volunteer and purely from the community. Sometimes people, they say, Dr. Maryam, she's arrogant, she doesn't accept all the invitation. But you can imagine, in 2012, we were overwhelmed to receive a request, by the way, from 5 Nobel laureates, 1 Nobel laureate who decided to come and visit our organization. Where it happened, he attended my talk about my population screening program, which was started back in 2007, and he wanted to know and make sure that this achievement and the screening was done in our lab, not somewhere else. So instead of coming alone, he invited other 4 Nobel laureates. And from that day, we are much recognized and known internationally than locally. And before they leave, it was like an auditing. I do remember till today, hot air came out from my ears. Whenever I used to tell them anything, where is the accreditation? Where is the consent letter, the confidentiality, and so on. And according to them, when they saw that we were able at that time in 2012 to screen more than 11,000 Emirati age group between 18 to 28, and to have it not even published, simply because I told them and we showed them, I had to sign a consent letter for the tribe leaders that I will not use this data for any personal interest, and it will be only used and shared with the government. Unfortunately, it's almost a month I was burned out to explain to them and convince them that there is a huge difference between newspaper and journal, but it was very difficult. So for me to accept them and encourage them, I had to sign that paper along with my other colleague. And right now, we were able to screen till today 33,711 Emirati, age group between 18 to 28. And you can imagine we're talking about 2007, not 2020 or 23. We started the population genetic screening program at the time where no one, not even UK, started this campaign. So that goes and simply reflect how we can disturb the whole system if we have a clear vision and we know what we are wanting to do. So right now we are representing the whole region in the Global Commission of Rare Diseases and Global Commission of Regenerative Medicine. And I am on the board of the WHO Senior Advisory Board for MENA region because of these gentlemen. We achieved a lot. How many of you got married after 2006? Anybody? Oh, here in UAE. You had to do a premarital investigation, is that right? Proudly, this project came out from this organization. We advocated for it, so right now, nobody gets married in my country and their marriage contract get approved unless they are screened for sexually transmitted disease and common genetic diseases, and the physician will upgrade the test according to the family history. And how many of you, is there any female who preserved or frozen her eggs in UAE? This is another achievement of Fadl min Allah. We advocated for that, and alhamdulillah, in 2019, there was a law which allowed any woman in United Arab Emirates, even if she's not married, to preserve and frozen her eggs. Any smoker in the room? Yeah. So banning smoking in public areas came from this organization. It was not easy, believe me, wallah. Oh my God. And fortifying folic acid, wheat with folic acid, also this was another project of our small organization. Why I'm emphasizing on this? Because I believe clearly this shows how we can disturb the whole system. People, they think it's a system, but we are able to do a lot. As you know, we have something called G6PD. It is an inherited one of hemoglobinopathies where there will be a deficiency in the enzyme to maintain the stability of the cell membrane of RBCs. Unfortunately, God forbidden, if the mother, she's a carrier of G6PD, and she will give the baby boy her X chromosome, if she will eat of all of those lists or she will have a specific type of medication, she might have abortion and hemolysis on the skin of the baby and his blood, and she will have abortion. And God forbidden, if she went through the pregnancy without even noticing that, as you know, as per the international law, within 72 hours, any child should receive vitamin K injection. If this baby boy, he's having G6PD, and we are not aware about it, he would be born healthy with no mental disorders or abnormality. Only with this injection, he might have kernicterus, where the bilirubin will go somewhere above 42, and that will penetrate his blood-brain barrier. And instead of having a healthy baby, he will end up being mentally retarded. So right now in my lovely country, there is a law for any positive case of pregnancy. There should be a G6PD test for both couple, for the mother and the father. And at the same time, before having the the vitamin D injection, they will do a G6PD test for that baby, infant baby boy or baby girl. So these are some of the example where we were able to do. And if we talk about any change or modification or disturbance in the system, these are a clear example where not a government were able to do. It was done by volunteer, and it was done by non-governmental organization and non-profitable organization. All what we need to do, we need, in my opinion, we need to be good listener and see whatever other people, not what they were successful to do, what they were not able to do, and you will be able to do it here. What other, yeah. MashaAllah, the team, they've done great. Yeah, under our small organization, this is another example where I would like to share with all of you. We, as a small organization, which is called UAE Genetic Disease Association, under our umbrella, there is other 5 non-governmental organizations. I love to be a founder for something which is not existing. So since 2001, when I graduated from medical college, I wanted to be a plastic surgeon. And maybe majority of you attended one of my talk, my nightmare is my wrinkles. I hate becoming old. I hate looking old. Wallah, I know this is a disorder and I'm trying to manage, but I was not able to manage it so far. So as soon as you know, with the great support of my community, I was the first woman in the history of my lovely young country to be Under Secretary of Public Health and Primary Health Care. And during that time, I was able to do a new disturbance in the system. They were something called only preventive medicine. They were nothing called public health. So I created this new sector, which is called Public Health and Primary Health Care. And during that time, as soon as I finished with the great support of the team, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed promoted me to be the first woman in the history of my young city, Dubai, as a Director General member of the Executive Council. And as soon as this is the highest ceiling in the hierarchy of the human resource in you. After that, you need to be Sheikha, which is not possible. I'm proud that I'm a daughter of a lovely Habibi, God bless him, gentleman. My father was a taxi driver, and I'm not coming from a rich family. I'm not coming from a Noor family, but I'm coming from a wealthy family with attitude and with knowledge and respect for female. So as soon as I reached that level, I took permission from His Highness that I am a physician and I miss the clinic. So I had a chance to go to Planet Japan. And when I went to Planet Japan, it was a sliding door. These are some of the screening programs which we've done. And this is the saving we've done to the country. Every year, Dubai and UAE, they are saving 32 million from only the small steps which we've done. Okay. When I went to Planet Japan, I was going there only to study clinical molecular biology. But when I saw my Professor Hattori, who was 67 years old, when I go to the clinic, I thought I'm early, but he's there 6:30 after going on the top of the mountains, having his bath in one of the hot water and attending the clinic. And the whole story changed. So I came to know, and I was lucky enough to understand and know that we can recycle our biological clock. And when we talk of Japan, it's completely different than any, let's say, American, European. I'm not saying better, but it's different. And in my opinion, it is more suitable to the human being and the care system in UAE than any other system. And when we talk about Japan and regenerative medicine, can you guess how old I am? Please give me. Don't go to the bio, don't open Google. And the biological age of my ovaries is 28. And again, this is not an opinion, it's not what I feel. It is a very sensitive, specific test where you can measure your biological age. And as you know, there is the biological age of yourself, there is the mental age, as well as there is, when it's come for female, it's other age where usually we calculate a specific parameter. So, 28? 28? Please. And why? By the way, one of the important points, again, going to biology. When we talk about biological age, in 2011, I started the whole concept of longevity. And at that time, nobody was talking about it. When I came and I raised this topic in our community, it was not easy. I was attacked by everyone, by senior physician, by scholar, by government entity, that what you are saying, Miriam, this is no base of it. And I started promoting it in a very low profile, and I had to apply everything on myself. So I was there, and 5 other members of my family, and 6 of my close friends. So we measure our biological age, and we went on a journey, a program which I myself established it, and soon I will take all the patency for that. Here in UAE, your money will not be stolen. Your ideas will be stolen. Your project will be stolen. So my advice to all of you, don't share your project, your ideas to anyone. Next day, you will see it somewhere in one of those healthcare systems, unfortunately. So because of that, I always try to not to go in details in my program till I get the patency for that. So when we talk about aging and precision medicine, in my opinion, if we will focus on these elements through disease care system, we go nowhere. Today, our care system, it is disease care system. Simply, we are waiting for the client to have an illness or disorder, and then he can come and seek advice. And at the same time, in my opinion, the whole concept of longevity, it doesn't fit with my agenda. I believe a longevity approach should start even before conceiving. The mother who will conceive this baby, at least 3 months before that time, she needs to have a special environment with 72 markers which should be followed during the pregnancy. And now with the evidence base, we know that epigenetic can be inherited. Before we thought that it's only our DNA which we can inherit. Right now, we know that even our epigenetic can be inherited. I'll go quickly. Many of our colleagues, where again I respect and there is a different protocol, but I'm a little bit different. I usually don't recommend any antioxidant. Any antioxidant. If you can see almost all the clinical studies, and this is one of the areas where I'm promoting since 2017 in pharmaceutical companies. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, in 2017, I am promoting a new aspect in the whole pharmacogenomics. Unfortunately, there is no one clinical trials or one medication available today. I am, as a physician, can prescribe where I can differentiate the dose between male and female, or I can differentiate the dose between ethnicities. Unfortunately, we think that we are advanced in medicine, but in my opinion, we are still too far to reach that level. So it's very important when we talk about longevity, and especially there is too many supplements available, and people go to YouTube and they will follow specific scientists, and the community are not aware that there is a huge difference between scientists and physician. A scientist, he will come up with that great achievement, but can we apply it to the clinic? Unfortunately, right now there is too many colleagues and people from the community, they go and they start taking NADH, resveratrol, NMN. Unfortunately, even without and before doing 5 main cancer marker, if you will not do these 5 cancer marker and you will take one of those supplement, you, God forbidden, if there is any focal of cancer, and instead of having that disease within 5 years, you will have it within 2 years because you are accelerating the whole process. And at the same time, unfortunately, they not even differentiate that if you are a female and you are under the control of your estrogen and you will have 5 days of your period, you need to stop all of those supplements because it will interfere directly with your endometriosis. These are small basic elements. Unfortunately, still we don't have that. So what I had to do, I had my own journey. Okay. Yes. So I had to do my own exercise and my own study. Unfortunately, there is no single medical college or any program globally, and I'm fully responsible for what I say, where they teach such element. If you would like to study regenerative medicine, you will go for an institute where they will teach you about regenerative medicine. If you want to study about longevity, it is so scattered. There is no specific institute which has all these elements for a physician to come on board and do it, or a scientist. So right now, next year, inshallah, in Arab Health, we will announce the first ever Institute of Longevity, and it is upgraded and in collaboration of 5 international organizations, and for sure Japan on board, and it will be certificate of 2 years. The physician will be able to practice longevity program throughout the system, pediatric, obs-and-gynae, wherever. Okay, I have 1 more minute. How many of you are aware about these hallmarks of aging? 1? Okay. These are the main hallmark of aging, where we try to monitor and follow, and if any modification will happen, it will happen on these elements. And they are keep upgrading them. Every time there is a different, and before it was 11, even now they are going beyond that. So when we talk about these hallmarks, and some people will say, Miriam, okay, we don't have the supplement, we don't know how to do it. But you can imagine what is the profound impact of one environmental factor which will accelerate your aging or reduce it. Can you guess? Not necessarily out of these. Can you guess what might be that element? How many of you has a basic knowledge about epigenetics? Okay, quickly. 1 more minute, الله يخليك, ممكن لو سمحت عشان بس شخصين لا. Yeah. So as you know, when we born, we get the 46 chromosome from our parents, 23 from our lovely mother, and 23 from our lovely father. So when these combine, they will have 46 chromosome. It's exactly like the contractor. When he came and he built this hall, he came, he put the ceiling, the chandelier, the spotlight, the AC. But before he closed the project, he made sure there is a switch through which we can control all these elements within the room. So this room is our DNA, which we get from our parents, and those switches are the epigenetics. Because of that, we get our puberty in a specific age when this switch will switch on. We will go to menopause on a specific age. We will have our gray hair in a specific age. We stop our height in a specific age. This is epigenetics. So now with our better understanding of the impact of epigenetic, we came to know that we can easily manage our disorders. And this was based on a very long study, which was around 32 years for identical twins. It is a study between UK, Australia, and New Zealand. They follow these twins for 32 years. And they were sure, because they've done genetic analysis, that their DNA is exactly the same. But one of the twins, he developed cancer, the other didn't. One of them, he developed obesity, the other didn't. So they wanted to know what was the change. So they came and they were able to know that there is some markers, epigenetic markers were switched on. The lovely part of it, that it is reversible. So if we have a disorder, diabetes type 2, high lipidemia, obesity, if these switches are switched on, we can switch them off. And one of the profound impact of the environmental factor on all these disorders is one. Can you guess any factor? And I will end up with this. Sleep. Sleep. If you hate someone, don't swear on them. Don't neglect them. Only what you have to do, make sure they will have double espresso at 9 p.m. or they will have a heavy, cheesy meal. Believe me, they will have a nightmare and they will start suffering and they will end up having a disorders. They will die before you and you will enjoy the rest of your life. So thank you very much and sorry again for being late.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to our keynote for that. I'm reminded of the words of Thomas Dekker from the 15th century. Sleep is the golden chain that binds life and health together. So, with all the wonderful technologies, we've basically reiterated something humanity has known for centuries. Now, we're about to start with the fireside chat. Normally we have that at the end of the day, but it's been brought forward for various reasons. And we have two speakers. To me, they represent either side of the same coin. We have the issue of how we're developing the cyber-physical world, and in particular the cyber-physical world for healthcare. So we have Dr. Khalid Al-Sayegh, who's head of clinical standards and guidelines from the health regulation sector of Department of Health here. And we also have the Director of Virtual Health, Ahmed Awada, who is from a more, should we say, entrepreneurial aspect of this. Somehow we have to find this balance. We have to find this way of developing a harmony from supporting industry and at the same time personalizing healthcare. So hopefully if our two speakers are available. Anybody? Yes, marvelous. Thank you very much.
Those are just my notes. So, thanks everyone for being here. We are very happy to be part of the Digital Healthcare Disruptors. I'm Ahmed. I look after virtual health in MediClinic Middle East, and I do another role in the group as well, where I look after telemedicine and digital health programs. And I have today with me Dr. Khulud. She's the head of clinical standards and guidelines under the health regulation sector in DHA. I would like to take this opportunity to just congratulate Dr. Khulud on her recent award in the International Hospital Federation for the well-being and the future of our professionals. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You always make us proud. So I know Dr. Khulud for quite some time now. I started telemedicine in my earlier company for quite some time. And at that time, the regulations were a bit behind. And then we had Dr. Khulud, and we started seeing a shift in the development of telemedicine regulations, which was enabler in the telemedicine growth in Dubai, and actually influenced as well Abu Dhabi in that space. So with that, I've seen the picture of telemedicine before and after COVID, and I would like to hear from you, from regulator point of view, how did you see this shift happening and the adoption and the utilization of telemedicine before COVID and after COVID?
First of all, thank you for welcoming me here. I felt a bit intimidated when I saw your notes, but still knowing it's you, I'm going to go with the flow. I remember a couple of years ago when we first started the project of telehealth, there were only 19 telehealth providers, and the majority of these providers were delivery services from pharmacies. And seeing that shift on how we progress from then till now, having more than 179 providers is amazing. I am happy to see this progress, and it needed to take telehealth to the journey of the pandemic for us to see that acceleration and growth. Sometimes, if you think about it, like going back even way behind in the 1950s, telehealth has always been there somehow, but it took us this big disruption when it comes to having COVID in the middle of the way, so that for us to accept that and accelerate in the growth of telehealth. And the change is not only in the service of telehealth that I've seen, but there is a shift in the mindset of people accepting telehealth, the mindset of providers providing telehealth, because there was a lot of resistance at the beginning, and now they're accepting that challenge. And even a change in roles somehow. So the physician who once see patients in the clinics is now a teacher, a tutor, a quality assessor, and a teleprovider. So the change of role is there.
I totally agree with you on that. My mother didn't believe in what I was doing before COVID, and she was like, "You're wasting your life in this telemedicine." But when COVID hit, she was like, "Can I do telemedicine with my doctor?" Because she's not able to access the doctor. I think the shift happened because of COVID and accelerated it. Also the adoption. Before COVID, I remember in my earlier company, we were a standalone company doing telemedicine only. We were getting adoption and utilization, but it wasn't high. The patient had the same perspective of my mother. I would like to do telemedicine with the doctor that I've been seeing physically. That's my first priority. Now, with the Generation Z, we see different way of dealing with healthcare. They might go for this virtual-only doctor, but for other generations, they prefer to go to the doctor that they have been seeing for quite some time because of the trust, the credibility, and all of that.
And they're also looking for that engagement. This is the misconception. People think that they don't get that social engagement on telehealth. And when we had that challenge prior to the COVID, we had to recruit physicians from the field that patients are connected to be on telehealth so that they can have that same feel of interaction, that same feeling of trust with that physician. And obviously when COVID came into the play, this whole regimen was tested. And when they saw results, now they want this because it had changed and enhanced their experience.
This misconception is actually bringing me to the next point about the clinical training. We have seen the development of the telemedicine programs happening in the Western world, the Harvards and Johns Hopkins and all of those. But we didn't see that happening here. Do you see there is a need to develop such programs here, considering the different cultures and also the logistics?
Definitely. I see these programs taking place because the shift or the change in telehealth is happening very quickly. And it does take time for us to adapt as governance, and it does take time for people to accept those changes. At the beginning, it was the shift from a clinic setting into a telehealth setting where you get that virtual care. This has shifted further now to involve care at home or care beyond the walls of the hospital. And then moving forward down the line, we're looking into other things like virtual care or virtual hospitals, the metaverse, behavioral changes that might happen. So all of this would require us to be ready, the readiness not only on the governance level, but at the mindset to have that change ready. So when I mentioned behavioral changes, I wanted to explain a little bit more on that is because if you look at any child at the moment, they're always in games. They can operate our mobile phones way better and faster than we do because they grew up with it. They're used to it. And if you can imagine implementing healthcare and enhancing or changing behaviors through through the metaverse or through the virtual care, this will be a huge impact on the healthcare.
That's actually very true. When you're talking about the progress and how it's happening, it brings me to the next point, which is the technological advancements. Now, we went from having a command center or a standalone telehealth company to hybrid care, where the physical healthcare company started adopting virtual care. And now the next step that we are seeing in some countries is going towards the virtual hospital. With that, what are the technological advancements that you think it will be the leap for us to start going very deep in that space and to grow in the virtual hospital? And I'm talking about virtual hospital, I'm talking about multi-specialities and complex conditions, not only the acute and not the flu and fever, something more complex. I know there are multiple attempts happening. I've seen the one in the US, Mercy Virtual. This was an interesting concept. But I still believe that we are not there yet. So what are the technological advancements that you think will accelerate this evolution?
Okay. I think in short, something that would improve the quality and the outcome of patients. Whenever I get seen by different deliverables and they mention the products that would enhance somehow the experience or enhance the patient well-being, my question would be, how is that for the patient outcome? Is there an improvement for the quality of the patient, or is it just some jumbo mumbo kind of thing that will flick and give colors or whatever that doesn't add value to the patient? This is where I see the difference. And another area I want to talk about is a bit of equity. We all know that telehealth provides equity of services. It means that you get good access to healthcare professionals anywhere, to hospitals, to pharmacies, all that. We know that. But do we all get the equity of health, equity of outcomes? That's the most important thing that we need to provide that quality of care to our patient. And how do we do that? And I think the main thing to do this is to have transparency of care, because if we're transparent on how we provide our care as regulators, as physicians, as payers, and even patients, to know what we're expecting, there will be that transparency and that element of trust. Because it won't be like, oh, I'm doing better than you. No, it would be more, you're doing better in telehealth and this and that. What can I do to improve, to become like you? This means there's a shift in our behavior. And when there's a shift of behavior, we're encouraging innovation. And that's how I want to see things to happen for the outcome. The second point is to have a patient-centered approach in which we all integrate together to work to support that patient. So if the technologies we're having is centered around the patient to provide a better outcome for that patient, that would be great. And I'm not talking about numbers, I'm talking about quality. I don't want to see an increase in the number of telehealth services as a KPI. How many services or how many telehealth patients you've seen. I want to see how much the quality of that telehealth service. For example, I've done a consultation for 10 patients for surgery. But how many of those surgical patients had a good outcome of quality in terms of comprehensive approach, holistic approach, that after 2 years when I see that patient, he's happy? And I think maybe a last element from a governance perspective is leadership. We want to provide that strategic leadership, which we all know, to provide strategies to telehealth and governance. But we also want to provide a transformational leadership in which we see that innovative change, and a systemic leadership where everybody talks to each other. Primary care, talking to secondary care, to tertiary care, through telehealth services, public and private sectors, payers and providers, regulatory bodies and health facilities. If we all talk together, we'll all be on the same page, and the goal is to provide a better quality and outcome for the patients.
I totally agree with you in the leadership, especially when you're trying to provide an integrated care. If the primary care is taking a chronic patient to that pathway and the secondary care is taking him to another pathway, that's where the patient gets lost. Yes. And he ends up doing what he was doing earlier, which is just going to the secondary care, even though I'm a big believer in primary care being a healthcare navigator for the patients. But with that, about the leadership and the integration, all of that, it comes the funding also model for telehealth services. Today we operate in a fee-for-service environment. We hear about future models, some of them coming through IJADA, like value-based care, other models in the US and the UK. How do you see the funding models evolving for telehealth?
I agree with you, Ahmed. This is one of the challenges that we've been speaking about in every single conference to see how we can bring that together. And that's what I meant when we talk about integration, is to have everybody talking on the same page and talking together. So if the providers are doing their own things and the healthcare and the payers are doing their own thing, we're not talking on the same page, we're way behind. If you go and book a ticket to travel somewhere on an airline, somehow you will do this connection and it's going to happen smoothly because they all talk to each other. But we're a little bit behind in that aspect when it comes to healthcare. We still are not talking to each other to make that happen. But the way I see forward when it comes to bundle of healthcare is to look into a patient-centered approach bundle in which the patient is followed from every aspect. So, for example, if a physician sees, I see a patient as a physician on telehealth and I get paid for that consultation. No, that shouldn't where it ends up. It should complete the whole circle of the patient. The patient's care at home, the patient's follow-up. If we can have all of that bundled together, that would be the optimum way of patient value of care, I think.
I totally agree with you that it should be bundled or packaged in some way, because I'm a member also in some telemedicine associations, and we have seen some providers use telemedicine as a way to increase the revenue. I'm a person that's been advocating for telemedicine for the past 10 years. It makes me very disappointed, but you end up having a patient with more teleconsultations than the other, and the clinical outcome is the same or maybe less, and this is quite disappointing. So I think in that area it plays a very important, the regulators and the monitoring from the government plays a very important role. How did you overcome such a challenge in Dubai? I know that you have worked on KPIs version 1 and there will be future KPIs as well. How are you trying to tackle that issue in Dubai?
So it keeps changing all the time. So how we tackle them is actually communicating with them and going down into the surface and seeing what are the challenges so that we can encounter those and how can we provide the service better. I mean, the UAE is actually very advanced when it comes to the technologies and telehealth and the innovation in every aspect. But we want to keep that going while providing quality. And I keep going back to quality because over the last couple of years, our interest has always been numbers. Providing the highest number of telehealth, we're providing the highest number of services throughout telehealth, and we don't want to see just numbers, although we all like figures and numbers, but we also want to see how the quality plays role into this, and I'm going all the way back to quality again. I want to see that happening, and this is going to be implemented in our standards and guidelines. So down the line, in the future standards, we're looking into implementing ethical AI considerations when it comes to procuring any telehealth platform. We're also going to look into changing our KPIs to measure the quality performance of our telehealth providers. And we're going to look into different elements and challenges where in terms of payers and insurance playing the role of telehealth. So there are IJADAs now involved with different clinical guidelines. So we're going to see how we can involve that similar guidelines into the telehealth services as well.
Thank you. The telemedicine has the capability to expand the hospital operations horizontally. Instead of opening new clinics and hospitals, you can go to a new area using the virtual consultations or expand vertically through products and services. In that, after seeing the presentation from Dr. Mariam on the regenerative medicine and seeing what's happening in mental health and genetic counseling and all of that, how are you able to keep up with the different use cases for telemedicine, especially with mental health? You have the controlled meds cannot be prescribed through telemedicine. How are you able to keep up with lots of those use cases that seems hot for telemedicine, but also very spiky when it comes to regulations?
Well, there are always small wins and small progresses. A couple of years ago, we could not imagine providing mental health services through telehealth, and now it's happening. And it's one of the successful elements or areas when it comes to telehealth, the counseling and the consultation. So we're going to look into providing anonymous platforms for mental health services in terms of patients being able to access the mental health platform and providing counseling or consultation without putting in their personal details to provide that element of privacy. We're also looking into expanding that area further down the line of virtual care or metaverse, where they will have support groups within the metaverse and getting that consultation done. So mental health is huge, and we're looking at how to expand this. And in terms of the medications, as per the law, we're not supposed to be providing prescriptions on the line. But these things are opening among time. For example, during the pandemic, this was allowed throughout telehealth to provide controlled and semi-controlled drugs. We're allowing repeat prescriptions in clinics at the moment. So I do see that happening down the line in telehealth, maybe not at the moment, but it's always about small steps and big wins when it happens.
That's very progressive, actually, to hear that you are working on anonymized consultations.
Yeah.
Actually, some of the research is showing that patients, and we are working actually on a program for people of determination, that patients might not feel comfortable to go and see a doctor or even do a virtual consultation with them, but they might be happy to chat because they are taking their time to express themselves. They don't feel shy about it. And that's good to hear that you're progressing in that space. I think it's very needed, and to keep up with those continuous changes and the need from the community.
Well, the target was not only patients per se, but we're also thinking of different age groups and challenging age groups like teenagers. I mean, I don't want my daughter, who would become a teenager, seek help and advice from a non-professional. And she might not be confident or ready to get advice from a psychiatrist or a psychologist in clinic. But if you can have that safe platform where they can get the advice they need from a professional, this is a step forward where we are actually enhancing a good behavioral change, a positive change where she's going to get an advice from somebody that is trusted.
Interesting. My last question to you, and sorry for exhausting you with questions, it's an opportunity to hear all of this stuff. 5-10 years from now, how do you envision telemedicine, especially in Dubai? Our community, they are looking at healthcare, and I'm quoting Dr. Muhammad Rida on this one, because it's always a reminder to me, they want Burj Khalifa everywhere.
Yeah.
They feel like we have done it. We have some colleagues coming from Finland, they saw Kafue, they were shocked. All of these advancements everywhere and being very digitized. 5-10 years from now, where do you see telemedicine, and would the regulatory framework be able to keep up with that?
I'm going to address this question to everybody in the room. How do you see the future in the UAE?
Anyone would like to
Who can give
participate?
me a visual picture of how the future of the UAE would look like 10 years from now? Anybody is visualizing flying cars?
We have someone from Faqih, the flying drones.
Yeah.
Council invited DHA to run a forum or a workshop for Dubai 2073. And it was a very interesting forum because it came with extremely visionary imagination of how it would look like. So flying taxis, you know, digital doctors, people who can get everything at their fingertips without needing to move, robots assisting in a lot of stuff. And this was all discussed in a very detailed manner. I think it's going to be very interesting to imagine that at a large scale, but it's going to be completely different from where we are now. But if we narrow this down to 10 years, the way I see the AI progressing, the way I see the involvement of the digital transformation, I think there will be huge disruption of the current models of care, and we need to be prepared for it.
Thanks, Dr. Mahi.
Thank you very much. And just to add up to what you've seen at Dr. Mahmoud, I mean, I'm sure everybody just imagined space or planets or floating islands, airplanes, cars flying. This image that you would, if you put it on Google, that's the first image you'd see of the future. But in fact, that's actually based on perspectives that we believe we know. So based on what we've seen, the trends that is happening right now, and what we think we know of the future, we're getting that perspective or that image of things. But the fact is, there's a big aspect of the future that we don't know, and we don't know that we don't know about it. And this would change things, because what we're doing, we're creating biases. And I think if I will give you my perspective of the future, I'm talking about my perspective from a regulatory body, but if we add all our perspectives together, we might have a clear picture, not even close, but a closer picture to how the future would look like.
Thank you, Dr. Khulud. It was really joyful talking with you about all of those points related to telemedicine. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Khulud. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think a couple of key points always stick in my mind. KPIs. KPIs are everything, because they are basically the way our institutions and organizations are steering. And I think we're going to see a lot of differences with that. Hopefully people can refer to it relevant to their own areas as we go through the rest of the talks. Next up, we have two presentations from, if you like, a more commercial side. The first of these is Dr. Fadi, I apologize if I murder your names, Karatihi, and this is talking about a holistic approach to enterprise imaging. And I have a particular interest in how we can look at the combinations of these different models of imaging. And basically, like any clinician, the new technologies, we want to enhance our practice by capturing these and having them in a format that makes it more patient-specific. So I look forward to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So when we talk about connected care, what we mean by it is the data that goes around the patient, right? And connecting that patient and the physicians and the caregiver at the same time, and provide them this technological advancement in order to achieve this particular concept that we all care about, which is putting the patient in the core of our business. So what we've seen today in the region, in our markets, in our countries, that healthcare organizations and hospitals, basically they're expanding their presence, right? So they're making themselves available, whether by acquiring existing hospitals or facilities, or by moving more facilities into more remote areas, right? So what we need to focus on is that those healthcare organizations, they're putting a lot of investments. And those organizations, basically, they're even expanding beyond their geographical area. So having hospitals available in different countries as well. So a group of hospitals connected, and at the moment, they're all running different solutions and different applications. So this is putting a lot of strains and efforts on the management of these organizations in order to keep up with this progress. So they're basically looking into finding a solution that can grow with their vision and their plan. And we've seen a lot of investments happening in the EHR business, and a lot of efforts into consolidating all this in one pillar, if I can say that. So this is still not enough, because EHRs basically are considered as structured databases, whereas the imaging is basically a combination of unstructured databases, or as we can call it, different silos. So having a good enterprise imaging strategy that can help to close this gap is very important and viable for our future. And some of those components which a good enterprise solution can offer is making the system or the solution itself available anytime and anywhere for our patients and our caregiver at the same time, providing them intelligent reporting, and spending less time on the reporting, which will basically drive and reduce the turnaround time on the reporting capabilities. So we've seen a lot of talks on cloud deployment. We're still not there yet, but a lot of organizations are doing a lot of effort into moving their solutions into the cloud, right? So once we're there, basically this will be, definitely affect lower cost of ownership, and it will increase productivity as well as the availability for the solution. So when we talk about challenges, healthcare is facing many challenges around the globe. So we have around 3.8 billion people either with minimum healthcare or with no healthcare access at all. And we have around 18 million, or studies shows around 18 million professionals shortage by year 2030. So we need to take action on that. So this has influence, and 50% of our healthcare professionals today, they're under burnout, and this leading into a kind of pressure on them and depression. So this is also an influence over the fact that still medical error is the third cause of death worldwide. So we need to find a sustainable way to alleviate the burden of our healthcare professionals. Next, in my next slide, I will play a short video on how GE Healthcare perceive the future.
Scheduled for you an appointment at the microclinic. Your full medical history and self-exam results from this morning have been confirmed, received. And your primary care doctor, Liz Childress, has been notified of your appointment.
We've been expecting you. I'm Lily, your technologist. Let me show you to your personal pod.
Where do I begin?
Our pods will help put you at ease. They're equipped with sensories.
I remember you telling me how you would sing to me before I was born.
It's going to be okay. Before we do any further testing, we're going to go over the results of your self-exam. But first, let's give you the sensory atmosphere you requested, shall we?
That you were convinced it was why I have such great taste in music.
Step up to the scanner and relax your body. Remain still. And 3, 2, 1. Good. Lift your arm above your head. Remain still. And 3, 2, 1. Good.
How the mere thought of me was all it took for love to grow stronger than anything you'd ever known. The invisible things that consume us. Love. The fear you had dealing with this, and how different it is from me today.
You look great. All right, now you're just going to lay down for me.
Facing the very same thing that took you from me. You told me once we can look so deeply into ourselves that we miss what's most important.
So, I'm afraid the MRI does show a suspicious lesion in the left breast. Based on appearances and outputs from the artificial intelligence application, probability of malignancy is high. That's the not so good news. The good news is that we caught it early, and when we look at global
I've been thinking about that lately.
we predict an excellent outcome for you.
But I see something now that was harder for you to see back
Talk
then.
about next steps.
Hope. Hope in the world that surrounds me. and the people here to guide me through. You told me it was something I'd find when I needed it most. And I have.
Sophie, you've got a really good team here. As I told you before, I think things are looking really good.
Hi, Mom. How's the news? What I hoped for. Look at her. I just wish you could be here today to see it. And to meet your great-granddaughter. She has your smile.
Everything is set for tomorrow's party, Sophie.
So what we've seen is basically a visionary of how we perceive healthcare. But if we look at all the technology that we have from VR, from MDT, multidisciplinary meetings, so all this have one thing in common, which is data, right? So today, data plays an essential role, and a lot of hospitals are missing on that component. So we need to activate the power of data and the value of data. And the question here is how to use it effectively and efficiently. So we need to have a mind shift from moving from acute care to chronic care. And by being proactive on the health care, we will be able to unlock a key essential of having a preventive health care for our patients and our loved ones, early diagnosis and early treatment as well. So one thing all our data have in common is that they contain a lot of information about historical information for patients, of their DNA, of their chronic diseases that they have in them, which still hospitals are not able to benefit from this information. So we want to help hospitals unlock the power of data to enable precision medicine. And today, we have our scarce resource, which is healthcare professionals, where we spoke about that there is a study showing that there is 18 million professionals shortage by year 2030. And on the other side, we have a huge load of data and systems at this stage that physicians and doctors, they have to go through. So we are counted around 50 petabytes of data per year for each hospital. So we need to find a platform that will allow us to expand this and make use of it so that physicians and doctors will have more time to spend on their patients and less time worrying about going through all this data to generate reports and studies and KPIs and potential diseases that their patients might have. So we need to unlock the power of data, as I said, and from moving from professionals working for the data to data working for the professionals. So one thing all our digital solutions have in common is that they use data to create actionable insights, right? So we play the role of data aggregator, where we consolidate data from across multiple silos. So we go beyond the radiology, we go to different departments within the hospital, and we will be able to create a single patient jacket, and we will be able to provide both patient and physician access to their data. And by applying the 360 operational approach, where we will be able to utilize this data in order to take more decisive decisions. So our Edison ecosystem, which is a set of tools and technologies and services used to build around it. And it will allow physicians, doctors, and healthcare organizations to utilize this platform as it should. So by applying artificial intelligence, this will allow us to provide the right tools. And we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence. And if we go back in time, like 5 years ago, we heard promise that AI will replace physicians and will replace the human touch, right? But this is not the case. Now we're hearing that we need to integrate seamlessly AI into our practice, which will allow the physicians and it will empower the physicians and the doctors into taking the right decisions and not replacing the physicians. So this is our map to unlock that. So we need to solve the puzzle, right? So we can connect all this information and we can consolidate data. We apply different solutions on top of it, and we will include the AI on top of this so that it will unlock its true potential. So with the data management, the data research analytics, and with that we will be able to provide hospitals the right solutions to our programs. So the enterprise imaging solution, it doesn't focus only on radiology. It has to go beyond that. It has to cover different aspects from cardiology to chronic conditions and even to command center where you can control all of that in one centralized data. And by that, once we reach our full enterprise potential by enabling connected care. So you can upgrade your presence by moving from enterprise focused into DICOM imaging into an enterprise of a multi-institutional archive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for touching on matters of my heart. Where do we start? We're about to reschedule things slightly. I'm afraid that the precision biology talk is not possible. We will try and give a video a little later, but unfortunately with the current climate, not everyone can get a visa to be here. So from my perspective, as we shift towards a panel discussion about drafting the A-team, I seem to remember 3 decades ago, I wanted to go and work in a hospital. I was willing to give my life to care for patients. What really mattered to me was the satisfaction of seeing a patient actually get better. Now, I'm judged by some manager who only has one metric. That is, how much more money do I bring in than cost? I remember sitting for half an hour having that discussion, not would you like some new retractors? Oh, you seem to be doing complex revision surgery that no one else can do. No, the only thing that matters to a large hospital chain is basically, are you still worth employing or can we get someone who will make us more money? Now, setting that context, maybe that helps people perceive why there may be some issues with clinician burnout and retention. I was rather frightened when I left London, something like 27% of the junior doctors under me, and this is 8 years ago, were talking about leaving. Not just leaving London, but leaving medicine. Now I hear the figure's more than 50%. So we've got to start to do something serious about this. We've also, while we're setting up the furniture, got to accept that AI is not this mythical thing that's out there in the future. I mean, I got a patent in AI in healthcare in 2012, so I've been doing that part for at least a decade. My first paper was something like 2004 using AI. So, you know, it's been around 20 years. In the same way that if you were to buy a new vacuum cleaner now, you wouldn't be surprised to find it has an electric motor attached in it, where 100 years ago that was an advertising ploy. Now we've got to accept that AI, and the core of AI ostensibly is just quite smart statistics, is actually integral to everything we do. Somehow we have to go from an environment where before I used to operate on 450 people a year to now where I operate on probably 150. But I do a lot more paperwork. So let's hope that with these new technologies that we're bringing in, we can actually close that loop, that we can transcend to a new age where our panel, and I should introduce them, can help to show us the way that we're going to actually draft this A-team, that we're going to bring in these new technologies, but also the people who know how to handle them. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Moamen Abdelghany, who I had a chance to meet earlier on, Vice President of Healthcare here and Chief Executive Officer. I believe he has far more experience than I in knowing how to put that team together. Thank you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, the organizing team, for having me in this very interesting Congress. I I feel that it's important for us to learn from all the previous speakers. I mean, we learned a great deal from Dr. Mariam, and the journey is really motivating, inspiring, and it shows how will and vision can make huge change. So thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. As a physician, my name is Muhaymin. I'm a physician by background. I have been doing anesthesia and intensive care, and then I did a shift towards healthcare management and business, and I was privileged to run several hospitals and healthcare groups in Dubai, in the UAE. Currently, I run Faqih University Hospital. And as a physician, I remember the days of residency, and in PGY1, in postgraduate year 1, we used to do 36-hour shift and 12-hour rest, and then 36-hour shift and 12-hour rest. So in a week of 168 hours, we used to do 144 working hours. And we were not able to talk about work-life balance. We were talking about work-work balance. We had to balance work with work. We had to find time to sleep, find time to eat, literally. Luckily, this year, we started the residency program. I have seen the new residents coming to the hospital, and the mandate is maximum of 80 working hours. So they can go up to 80 working hours max. And for me, this is a huge change. Even though this 80 hours is still almost double than any other profession. So you can imagine the level of pressure on our clinicians, the amount of load that they face, and of course, naturally, the burnout. Having said that, I'm very pleased to call for a panel discussion for the clinicians burnout. We're talking about drafting the A-team, clinician burnout. Will it continue, especially with the staff shortage? Has it become a top concern for hospital leaders and CEOs? So it's my absolute pleasure to honor and moderate this session. Please welcome with me our esteemed panelist, Mr. Arjun Bajaj, Director of Business Development and Pre-Sales at Health Analyst. Welcome, Mr. Arjun. Please welcome Dr. Paul Aoun. He's a Chief Governance Officer and a consultant endocrinologist in the American Hospital of Dubai. And I think Mr. Akbar did not do it today, so it will be the three of us. So. Welcome, Dr. Aoun. Both of them. Alboro, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Paul and Mr. Judge. So, yeah, I think we're trying to look at the known fact of physician and nurses and clinician burnouts. Numbers show that almost 30% or even above 30% of clinicians suffer from burnout. During COVID time, we have seen this accelerating much because of the changing in protocols, the new information flow, the change in workflows, the personal and family stresses that has to match with this among all clinicians. And the whole community started to recognize and realize the level of burnout that healthcare professionals suffer from, especially in the COVID, but it's a continuous process. It was before COVID, it continues after COVID as well, because all those backlog surgeries and procedures that have been postponed during COVID were requested to be performed after COVID. So it's never ending. In view of the recent technological advances and in view of the digital transformation that's evolving now, I would like to start with Dr. Paul as a clinician. How does healthcare organizations prioritize or look at burnout as something that they need to address, and whether or not this is something that's moving on in different healthcare organizations?
First of all, I would like to thank Agora's organizers for having me. And thank you, Dr. Abdul Ghani. Physician burnout is a chronic issue. What COVID did is highlighted it more. If you look at the data, the US, the term was coined back in the 1970s. And then they've started looking at it in 2010 or so, going forward. And we call it physician burnout. But in fact, and the terminology sometimes shapes the perception. If we call it physician burnout, we tend to focus on as if it is a physician problem, when in fact it's a system problem. And what do I mean by that? The physicians, healthcare professionals, they're functioning within a system. And that system involves patient, administrator, insurance companies, medical legal. All of these play a role in the physician burnout. And if we want to truly get to the bottom of the problem and resolve the issue of physician burnout, we cannot fully and adequately fix that issue without taking into consideration the whole picture. Now, first of all, as we say, you cannot manage what you don't measure. So we got to measure and assess and screen for physician burnout. There are different assessment tools out there, Copenhagen Burnout Inventory, the Maslach Burnout Inventory in Jefferson, etc. But they all boil down to 3 ideas. One, looking at physical and emotional exhaustion of physicians. And that's something that all hospitals and clinics are encouraged to do. Number 2 is something called depersonalization. The physicians feel, in addition to being exhausted and burned out, they feel that there's something beyond their control that they're not themselves, that they're unable to fix. And the third component of physician burnout is a feeling and sensation among physicians of reduced achievement and accomplishment. So when you take exhaustion, depersonalization, and a sensation of reduced achievement, you have a physician burnout picture that in order to fix and rectify, we ought to look at all of these components.
I think it's a very good perspective, especially from physician standpoint, but how is it from your perspective, Arjun? What's the significance of addressing this clinician burnout in healthcare organizations?
So I think Dr. Paul hit a lot of key points, which I could not agree more on. One of the most important things that he highlighted was that it's just not clinician burnout. It's a system burnout. It's your administrative staff, it's your front desk staff, it's your back-end billing staff, it's your insurance guys, it's your clinicians. Everybody, right from the first person greeting you at the door till the last person trying to process your claims, is struggling. And COVID actually showed us the true picture. This existed for a while, and COVID really showed us the picture. And if you start digging in a little bit, what you see is that there is a lack of automation. It's automation which could help you, in a way, address some of these burnout challenges. It's more automation of capturing some of the information that you require from the patient right from the front door. You have a patient provide you that content, that data, that information before they even walk through the front door, before they're even in the exam room. Doing that will help you get a wider view of the patient and more so give your staff more time to not look at administrative stuff but to rather focus on the patient. When you look at the doctor, he gets more time to spend with the patient, and that again comes back to one of the things that Dr. Paul said, that gives them this assurance. They like to see that, yes, what I'm telling the patient, he's actually getting more face time with me. He actually is benefiting from what I'm going to tell him or her. And that gives them, this this confidence, this ability to feel good, that they actually had an impact on the patient's health. So you need to, I think the root cause, in my opinion, is taking away more of the manual work out of the picture. And when I say manual work, the data processes, the information gathering processes, the data entry stuff. If you're able to move that out of the picture, you're able to get more time with the patient, more time to attend more.
So I take it from here and try to understand, in your view, how can digital transformation, we are talking much about it, we are talking much about the AI in healthcare, how can digital transformation play a role in this reducing or addressing these clinician burnouts?
Yeah. So the role of digital transformation should actually be to help you improve patient experience and help you reduce staff shortages. I think that's what the end goal of digital transformation is. So if you're looking at it from a physician aspect, you're looking at how can a physician be able to have a lot more face time with the patient, a lot less information entering, a lot less data entering, a lot less note taking. But you have solutions which are AI-based solutions which are able to sit in the exam room and understand the interaction between the physician and the patient. Similarly, before a patient walks through the door, you are able to ask the patient for, giving them a approach to share their information, share their, be it insurance images, be it, information about their administrative stuff, be it clinical information on health history, family history, diagnosis that they have been directed with earlier. If they're able to share all this beforehand, that gives the provider or the doctor a lot bigger view of the patient itself. And it reduces most of the data entry work that a doctor does or a front desk does. So I think these are key components that need to be looked at when you're looking at a digital transformation strategy. And there are many aspects that you should be looking at, especially when it comes to integration. I know on the fireside chat, somebody did mention that integration is very, very important. If you're looking at onboarding a solution for your digital transformation strategy, one of the things you need to look at is for a strong integration between your platforms.
Yeah. Great. You know what's my worry? My worry is back in the 80s and 90s, everyone was talking about electronic medical records. Everyone was talking about how this can improve and enhance the quality of care. It does. But I think we have seen some downsides as well. We have seen the need for extensive time to document, the need for spending time away from the patients and documenting and so on. So how do we ensure that this new wave does not end up in adding more work to clinicians, similar to the previous wave? And I would like to get your both perspectives, please.
Great question. I think it is going to. Okay, and EMR is a great example. Some people are talking about digital minimalism, where you minimize, keep it focused to what you're trying to achieve. For example, what do patients complain about the most at the present time from clinical encounter? Patient, as Arjun mentioned, they complain about disruption in the discussion and the encounter. On average, a physician interrupts the patient every 18 seconds to gather information. If you're able to use technology to minimize data collection, and I tell you as a clinician, the clinical decision itself, the impression and plan, is the easiest part for me. I have a problem, I know what to do, but meeting all the requirements, documenting everything to be, you see, as physicians, we're taught to do two things: practice ethically and protect yourself medical-legally. You're practicing ethically, but to protect yourself medical-legally, you have to document, you have to gather all the data, you have to mention everything in your note. In order to do all of that, the clerical work that physicians do consume close to 50% of their time with the patient. So if we're able to improve that part of it without overburdening physician and medical staff with additional requirements. Remember when EMR was generated, the idea from the medical legal folks was Now that they have EMR, which is more efficient, we need 11 review of system. We need this component, and we need this, we need that. And I'm worried that if you simplify it, we're going to offset that simplification by generating more tasks and requirements on the part of the physician. So you try to fix a problem by creating another problem.
So you're telling me that we need to have smart systems that can understand your own workflow and help you better, rather than going through a predefined requirements, but it needs to really understand how the workflow of the physician, of the nurse, and map it and make sure that this is what's addressed digitally.
Generate something and don't tell legislators about it. Okay? Because...
I'm coming to this, by the way.
Okay. Like, for example, there are AI system now that can transcribe your conversation with the patient. Okay? There are systems that would, for example, given the busy schedule of physicians, there are the, I think it's called the natural language processing, where, for example, if you're in ICU or inpatient, it can tag certain elements to kind of highlight the higher risk, let's say for sepsis. If you miss it as a physician, it reminds you. So all of these are very helpful. Okay, so we can use all of these technologies to facilitate the work of the physician, enhance accuracy, and augment clinical decision making. Okay? But we don't have to forget the other part of the equation, as Arjun alluded to, which is the patient. You improve patient experience. Remember, as physicians, after all, if we're doing all of this and the patient is not happy still, what have we done? So we want to make sure that whatever technology facilitate the lives of physician and patients alike, so that the patient experience improve. Patient can upload their data before coming in, they can pre-register, they can come in, they have something to show them how to navigate. So it's a
make the journey more smooth for the patients as well.
Exactly.
And from technical standpoint, I mean, how do you ensure that these newly coming tools and enablers are not adding more work and more burnout? Because the objective is to reduce the burnout, or one of the main objectives, actually.
So you need, as a buyer of any of these digital transformation strategies, you need to do your due diligence to make sure that the system that you're taking is actually giving you the level of automation that you need, right? And it's not taking you just half the way. For example, as you mentioned, that you have AI-based scribing solutions. You have intake solutions that are letting patients pre-register, share of their information. Now, what's important over here is that you don't want your AI scribe solution or your intake solution or your communication system to just present the data to you in, say, a document format, and you having to look at it and then type everything up, because you're going to miss things. You need to make sure that the automation takes you right to the end, where you have that integration of your clinical and administrative information, which goes into the EMR system at the right place, at the right section. And obviously, you cannot let alone the automation or the system dictate everything that's coming out. You need to be able to reconcile that information. And if you don't reconcile, it could happen that there's something wrong in the software, there's something wrong with the back end, and you're going to have to fix those things again. So you need to have reconciliation tools available. So you need to have automation with a lot of integration to make sure all the data that you're getting during a pre-visit or during the visit, or even post-visit, is actually mapping back in the right areas, but you're able to reconcile the information. And systems like these are able to reduce the data entry time by 75 to 80%. For most of the practices in the US.
So you're telling us that the integration of whatever tools into the current workflow makes a big difference in the adoption.
A very big difference.
And I think I kind of agree with that, because even though with all, let's say, the disadvantages of EMR, I've read an interesting study by McKinsey that mapped almost more than 150 systems, and all of them were of the same size, 200 plus beds, and tried to ask simple question to the physicians, how effective was the EMR you're using in improving quality and patient experience? And the responses came very surprising. Some rated, I mean, the curve was very interesting because some was 20% and some were up to 80%. And the surprise is all these systems, 200 systems, use the same EMR. So what does this tell us is it varies, although it's the same tool, it varies. And this leads me to the next question. How does leadership and culture in organizations make impact on these physician burnout to change or to use the system? What role does leadership and culture play?
So leadership needs to have buy-in into this. You need to be able to listen to your staff, see what challenges they are facing, and you yourself should have a buy-in into the solution. If you are not bought into it, if you don't agree with the problems that are there, nothing can happen. So leadership needs to have buy-in, and they need to have a process for change management. If you are going haphazardly, your implementation and rollouts of such solutions are not going to work out. You need to have a set process for implementing and rolling out such products for change management. And one of the things that some leaders of major hospital systems and health cities miss out is that they do not involve the user of this solution into the decision-making process.
From the selection itself.
From the selection itself.
Evaluation.
From the evaluation stage.
Yeah.
You need to identify who's going to be the user of your transformation process. Is it going to be the patient or is it going to be your staff? Use them, use the staff, help bring them into the decision-making process, and make sure that you have a strategic training plan in place which they are on board with. Training is going to be very key. They're the end users of the system. They need to be trained. If you're only looking at getting a solution which is based on money or budget constraints, that might not be your best option. You need to really understand and take your staff's input into this. And the other thing I'd like to say is that you should make sure that you are bringing in a little more standardization into your process. That means that you have set workflows for different specialties, for providers that are tackling different problems, but you're not going and changing and having customized workflow for every single problem. The ton of customization you do is going to take a lot of time to get implemented.
And Dr. Paul, from your view about the change management and the culture, especially among physicians.
See, one of the main things that leadership can do in this case is support, raising awareness, making sure that healthcare professionals are not afraid of speaking up if they're feeling burnout, that it is not held against them. On the flip side, physician, healthcare professionals also must realize that even though it's a physician burnout, it is not something that is innate to them. It's not their fault. Again, I'm going back to the system. It is not, people are, and they did a study on that, and one of the main things that physicians are afraid, the main reason is that they're afraid of being labeled as depressed or anxiety or something that are unable to handle this load.
We've seen some level of suicide among physicians in different cases.
Yeah. But again, and when you look at burnout definition, the first thing they say, it is not related to the physician per se. So given reassurance on the part of leadership, given support, screening, you cannot, you don't know if you have it or not unless you screen for it. So all of these things, and also training. If you do all of these things, and you have a system that is highly efficient, but you're not utilizing it to its full potential.
We still need to manage the productivity and the time for the training in parallel. So, and the time for selection, in panel verification, validation. All these are tasks that has to be led by the clinicians, but they are still busy. So I think we still need to manage the time in that way effectively.
Exactly.
So I think because of time, I have two more questions. One to Ajay. It's about example of industry which have taken this digital transformation, be it healthcare or some other industry. And then it helped reducing the pressure on the staff, improving their well-being. Do you have anything to share with the audience about an example or healthcare or non-healthcare?
Yeah, I'll keep it focused to healthcare. Now, EMR systems are something that have been widely adopted in Canada, North America, Europe, and even in the Middle East. And obviously, there are challenges where a lot of organizations are using paper or asking patients about the information, about the health information during the visit or right when they're in the front desk. One of the most commonly adopted digital transformation solutions that I have heard of is what they call a digital front door.
Digital front door?
Digital front door.
Okay.
So there are a couple of components to it. First, it is essentially a way to reduce the number of people who are taking phone calls. These phone calls could be for scheduling appointments, checking availability of providers, or just asking basic questions on your balances to be paid, or questions about medication and prescription refills, and so on. The way that is one of the components of a digital front door solution, and the way that is being solved is by bringing in a self-scheduling capability, letting patients go to your website and look at the providers that they want to meet. And these are smart solutions, they are AI-driven solutions. So they'll ask questions to understand that what is the problem that you're coming for? What is the reason for the visit? And they point them to the right provider, show the schedules, and the patient gets scheduled automatically. It is coupled with a 360-degree patient communication system, that is the backbone, that enables patients to communicate with the practice via chat, getting appointment reminders, getting broadcast information that the practice is closed today or the doctor is not coming in, or even health campaigns, or even patient sending assessments to check on a patient after 1 month of the visit to see, hey, take this assessment for PHQ-9 on behavioral health. We'll get to know what your score is. We keep tracking your information. So this is one component. The second component is more of a digital engagement or digital intake solution. This is, from a patient side, helps them pre-register, provide all of the information in the comfort of their home using their iPads, laptops, computers, whatever, or cell phones. That information goes back and is presented to the administrative staff and the clinician before the patient walks through the door. That solution, so for the patient, basically helps them not having to come in and sit in the practice for 30-40 minutes. And from a practice side, from the hospital side or the clinic side, it presents all of this information about the patient before they walk in. So it's there for the administrative staff to see, hey, okay, I see your insurance information. I see your ID information. Great, everything looks good. I'm able to check your insurance is valid. The system is automatically doing that. And for the clinician, it's able to see all of your health information, health history, so giving you a much wider view. So in a way, this is what they're calling a digital front door solution. So you have a front door or you have a front desk, but you're digitizing it by eliminating the need for anybody to come in.
You're shifting many tasks that can be done by technology.
Yes.
And relieving time for humans to do what they are supposed to do.
Yes.
And that can happen on the clinical front as well,
Exactly.
as much as possible.
Exactly.
That's a very, very
On the clinical front, the data becomes very important. Like the gentleman from GE
the way you
was
capture
saying.
data, the way you integrate it into your system, and the way you manage it.
Exactly. It helps you better diagnose, better understand the patient 360 degrees.
Thank you very much. Another reflection, and I think you touched upon it in your previous discussions. How can government and private players in healthcare collaborate to sort of reduce that burnout and have more mentally strong, let's say, rather than stable, mentally strong healthcare workforce?
Everyone must realize we're all in this together. If physicians' burnout is not addressed, you're going to lose physicians going forward.
And especially in view of the huge staffing shortage and the migration of brain migration that's happening currently.
So they were looking at, they did a study on physician after COVID, and 1 out of 5 is thinking exiting medicine in the next 2 years. Where would that leave us? In the region, it will leave us, and globally, it will leave us about 6 million less physicians. And as a result, and the main area that will suffer are this region, Africa, Southeast Asia, all the areas that are in real need of physicians.
So we're already understaffed.
Right, so if we don't address physician burnout, legislators are going to have difficulty ensuring that we have sufficient physicians and sufficient happy physicians managing the patient. Happy societies, healthy societies are happy societies. And legislators must realize that we need to move away from unnecessary tasks and documentation into value-based outcome.
Exactly.
How much of a positive difference are you making in that patient life at the end of the day? Not, did you document all of these things? Sometimes you're documenting things that are irrelevant to what you're treating the patient for just to meet the documentation requirement. So we need to ease the burden of documentation of unnecessary tasks, bring more value-based ideas, encourage physicians to speak up if they're feeling burnout, and have a support system in place to address that should they ever face the burnout.
Fully agreed on that. Thank you for the perspective. Thank you, Dr. Aoun, and thank you, Arjun, for this very, very interesting discussion. You've shed very good light on several areas on the burnout. I think we have many clinicians among the audience and even healthcare administrators as well. So happy to receive any questions for the panelists if you have, please. Please, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Dina, the Director of Physician Informatics Mediclinic. Thank you so much for the discussion. It's very interesting. I have 4 papers of questions and comments that I will discuss later with you during the break. But the burnout is our pain every single day since we implemented EHRs to healthcare industries. So to avoid, Dr. Muhaimin, you asked the future risk of the AI, would we end up a couple of years from now having the same discussion of the gaps and the pain points of introducing AI to healthcare? And Dr. Paul, you immediately said yes. How to avoid this? I think we have a very good opportunity in avoiding this in the future, which is the health informatics. These are people that really can evaluate the usability of the technology into healthcare. Not every single model of the AI will suit the healthcare. Not every single logic or machine learning suits the healthcare. The other point about the EHR, why it's not achieving what we expected. Majority of the countries now, especially that we have insurance system and RCMs and so on, the EHR started to be, instead of a clinical application, to an administrative application. It's document to bill, document to code, document to submit claim. Instead of document to treat, to diagnose, and to manage a case. So we ended up with inaccuracy of our clinical data that we have. The patient is not iron deficiency anemia till I get the CBC. But I have to put the ICD-10 code. Otherwise, his insurance will not cover the blood test and so on. So it's a dilemma of things. What I really suggest, and I hope that you promote for this in the upcoming future conferences, that moving forward with the digital transformation and the AI in healthcare really need clinicians, health informaticians, to be a key players into this implementation. Don't repeat mistakes of the EHR being just an application. It's not an application. It's a healthcare system that serves everyone and reduce the burnout of everyone. The digital transformation, Mr. Arujan, the digital front doors. I'm happy. I'm a pediatrician, by the way. I'm happy to call the mother and tell her the news. Hopefully it's good news. I'm happy to conduct follow-up consultations, to make rounds, to document whatever relevant. So releasing the information on patient portal doesn't reduce my burnout. But automating the unnecessary clerical work and administrative work of admission requests, creating a lot of other insurance requests, medical reports over and over again, it reduced my burnout. So moving forward with digital front doors, it's very important to digitalize the administrative tasks and not the clinical tasks. Thank you so much. Sorry for talking too much.
Thank you for this very valid. I think, Dr. Aoun, if you want to...
You raised excellent points, and the time pointing to 0 here. I cannot address all of them at once, but I'll tell you, you're right, we're gonna be facing several gaps, and we're gonna have lots of issues, but the best answer and summary to all of what you said, I remember the late Stephen Hawkins, he said, the future is gonna be a race between the growing power of technology and the wisdom with which we use it. So we want to be wise enough to use all this technology to fill in all the gaps that you've mentioned without overburdening the physician and the healthcare system. Remember, we have a healthcare system, some even call it sick care system, because we don't focus on prevention. We don't focus on health. It doesn't promote health, and sometimes it doesn't show much care. So lots of gaps. We don't want to look at technology as the sole fixer of all of these things. It's a tool. The human remained there, and it's going to be high-tech, human touch system going forward to make sure that we're doing our best to remedy and rectify all the issues.
Thank you. I would like to end by humans always prevail. So we combat viruses, we combat technology, and at the end, it's humans who make the difference. Thank you very much for this, and
thank you.
Thank you for the audience as well.
Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion, which I would sum up as automation and automation. We have to have the humans as well as the machines. I just want to introduce one of our staff from Gora just to say a little bit about the next session.
Okay, thank you very much for a lovely discussion. Great, thank you very much. We break right now. We're going to have a quick coffee break, and we're going to start the one-on-one meeting, and then after that we go for lunch, and then we come back here at around 2 o'clock to continue the conference program. Please, I want to stress, for those who have scheduled meetings with our sponsors in the next door, please make sure that you attend those meetings. The time is a little bit off because we started off half an hour late, so we're trying to make up as much time as possible. But the meetings are a very important and essential element of our events, so please do try as much as possible to attend yours. Thank you very much. I'll see you again here at 2 o'clock.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming back after lunch. Clearly, we put the world to rights this morning by finding another 18 million staff just like that with all the expertise and skills that they need and the ability to avoid burnout. Our solution this afternoon is going to be how we're going to integrate that with AI and machine learning. I personally think very much along the lines of augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. We're not going to replace the experience, the expertise, if you like, of our more senior clinicians. But at the same time, we are going to identify the shortfalls, we're going to identify inconsistencies. And so we have an excellent panel this afternoon to start this off. A couple of these people I know quite well. Sadly, unfortunately, Safra Lamri's tied up in the Department of Health today, so she won't be coming across. But I can introduce, firstly, Brandon Rowbury, who is the moderator of this session, and I believe he's going to introduce the rest of the panel. So, from CEO of Aster Digital Health. Pleased to meet you, sir.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. Let me bring up the panel without further ado. We've got Rola Hamoud. Come on up. She's the CEO of Medina Hospital. And we'll have them introduce themselves as they come up as well. We've got Professor Abdul Rahman Omar, the CEO of Burj Al Hospital. Great to have you on the panel. And Dr. Sarah Al-Shaya, who's the Director of Data and Statistics Department at Emirates Health Services. There we go. And we may have Safa coming with us. We shall see. Well, let's start off with you guys introducing yourselves so this great audience can get to understand who you are. Dr. Sarah, why don't we start with you?
Hello, everyone. Okay. Hello, everyone. How are you? I'm Dr. Sarah Al-Shaya. I'm the Director of Data and Statistics Department in the Emirates Health Services.
I'm Dr. Rola Hamoud. I'm the CEO of Faki Hospital in Medina and the President of the American College of Healthcare Executives MENA chapter.
Hey, Abdurrahman Omar. I'm the CEO for Burj Al Abu Dhabi as presented and the Group Medical Director for Burj Al Holdings.
Great to be with you guys today. All right, so we're going to dig into AI, artificial intelligence, or what would you call it? Augmented? Augmented intelligence, yes. So it's a little less than artificial. And let's just kick it off with a question starting with you, Dr. Sarah. What do you think? What are businesses doing or trying to do to shape the future of healthcare as it comes to AI? So I'm particularly interested in the progress of AI in the organization you lead, and then I'll bet the other two may want to jump in on that as well.
If you allow me, I have some slide deck prepared. Okay, so if you will allow me, I will begin with a quote from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who says, "The bigger our dreams, the bigger our accomplishments." At the Emirates Health Services, we dreamt of building our next generation intelligence platform that will drive the future of data-driven health systems. I want to present to you our EHS Intelligence Space Platform, which, as we can all agree, data is usually scattered and fragmented across all entities. So at Emirates Health Services, we developed our EHS Intelligence Space Platform to consolidate and integrate multiple data sources. The platform focuses on three main pillars, which is data, analytics, and artificial intelligence, and has multiple capabilities such as artificial intelligence algorithms, machine learning models, future forecasting and predictions, as well as real-time insights for timely automated data-driven decisions. Additionally, the platform consists of the Statistical Data Hub, which is linked to our mobile application, the Electronic Data Dictionary to standardize definitions, as well as the Reporting Catalog, which will help the end users identify the path of statistical reports. Up to date, as you can all see, we have built 39 dashboards, 11 novel artificial intelligence models, 24 statistical hubs, data hubs, and we have around 700 plus users across Emirates Health Services facilities. So EHS Intelligence Space Platform basically acts like the centralized system for the entire Emirates Health Services, which allows for data sharing, connecting multiple data sources, as well as creating a layer of clean and consistent and validated statistical data. So, one of the initiatives of the EHS Intelligence Space Platform is the artificial intelligence solution for primary healthcare management, which is a unique self-learning, real-time data monitoring application for PHCs to manage the operations in each primary care center based on patient volume, waiting time, and resource mobilization. The application tracks the entire patient journey in each station, and it gives accurate insights into patient waiting time. The application also utilizes financial data so the facilities can forecast the timing and the quantity and the source of the revenue. It also has the artificial intelligence model which predicts no-shows. And the outcomes of this project was that there was significant reduction in the patient waiting time by 44%, highest in Al Qawain district, and reduction in patient no-show by 10%, highest in Fujairah district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. I bet you two want to jump in on some of this as well. Dr. Abdel, you want to tell us what's been going on in your world in this space?
I mean, like this is most probably Sarah, she's leading in the Emirates Health Society in this matter, but it is something that we should always adopt in different directions. She mentioned a quotation by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, and there's another quotation that we don't wait for the future, we make the future. These very, very inspiring words that we always keep in mind. And it's all about augmented or artificial intelligence. Why are we chasing it up? Did it start today or started a long time ago? Is it just a fashion, gonna go up and come down? So always we look at it and we say critical mindset, because there's gonna be resistance, as we know, there's a lot of resistance, and gonna be a lot of people pushing for it. It will make us do things better, for sure. And we can see this is an angle that nobody discusses usually. It's about prediction, your manpower, your expense. So it's just not only excellence in delivery of services, it's also excellence in managing your resources and driving your service in the right direction, which is something very great. Well done, Sarah.
Rola?
Yes, artificial intelligence is a big word, growing very quickly nowadays. I have worked with electronic medical records since its first implementation. We were the first hospital to implement electronic medical record in Lebanon around 15 years ago. We were the first hospital to acquire a robot surgery. And we gradually moved, and you know in analytics you have the descriptive analytics, the diagnostic analytics, the predictive analytics, and today we are moving towards the predictive analytics. I like to stress on the point of the use of predictive analytics in clinical areas. Of course, we're using it to show the no-shows, to decrease the rate of readmissions, to decrease the cost, to help insurance know the path of the patients. But most importantly, is the use of predictive analytics in the clinical area, where you can predict the patient status in the future coming few hours. And this really is something very innovative in healthcare, something we have to adopt cautiously, but really we have to work on it because it helps physicians doing the decisions promptly, on time, while ensuring the safety of patients.
I mean, like, you mentioned something very, very, very inspiring. Most of our hospitals have issues with capacity. Okay, we can see that it's top in the NHS, that capacity cannot match. And here we can see that admissions, we have to transfer patients sometimes. So the capacity is going to continue, the physical capacity. Once you add AI to the system, you will increase your functional capacity. So this is where important things happens. And because it's multifaceted thing, that the normal brain, unless you're a genius and you have a computer behind you and a lot of people, you will predict it. But with AI, once you set the pattern, it can tell you winter is coming, we're going to do this and this and this. Increase your day surgery rate, reduce these ones, keep the emergencies going, which is something that becomes natural and incorporated in the system. So this is where we can see AI very beneficial into capacity building in health services.
Absolutely. Let's shift gears just a little bit, take on another topic. When we think about AI and digitization across, sometimes some of us on the operating side run into roadblocks, and sometimes we need friends in higher places that can help us push that forward. So I think, Rola, I'd like to ask this question to you. Let's talk about regulation in AI and digitization. Are regulators keeping up to speed? Is that happening? And what's your take on this?
Yes, so we were supposed to have a regulator with us talking about regulation. However, I'll talk about my opinion on this and my studies on this. Actually, the FDA is really behind regulating artificial intelligence in healthcare. Very, very, very behind, and they are asking all stakeholders to come and support them in regulations. Why do we need to regulate? Yes, like any industry, this is something that is manufactured at one side and then used by a user at the other side. We don't know how it is manufactured. We don't know how it is sold at the market level, and we don't know how the user is using it. This is why we have to be very careful when we decide on an AI model or on any technology in healthcare, because the ultimate goal is patients. And what we deliver in this industry is patient care. And in order to deliver good patient care, it has to be efficient, to be effective, and to be safe. And safety is very important. So when technology does not know how safe it is on the user, we have a question mark here. And here we have to send a global call to all regulators across the board, FDA or non-FDA, to really expedite the process. So meanwhile, what shall we do? We shall adapt at our hospital levels, at our institution levels, a specific framework in order to make sure that what we are buying and what we are using on our patients is safe. The data that we're using is valid, it is reliable. So we should have committees on our institutions with different stakeholders to study this product and give clearance on its implementation on patients. It's very important, and it has really to be seen by the regulator. By the way, today at 4 o'clock, we are signing with RegLab through the Harvard Business School JCC Club a memorandum of understanding on regulation of artificial intelligence in healthcare.
Got it. So you all hear first, right? Good job. Professor Abdel, what's your take? Do you agree?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
But I have to add
Okay.
something, as usual. Okay. Regulations for AI is lagging behind big time. And when there is no regulations, it's left for the discretion of people. That's how the law stated. But the discretion of people is crippled by the idea that artificial intelligence includes transformation or transfer of information between one place and another. And because of digitalization, the whole world is sensitized against personal information transfer or protection or the Patient Protection Data Act. So people are scared. They will say, nope, I don't want to go there till I wait for the regulations. So who's going to make the regulations? You are going to make the regulations. If you don't make them, you go into a vicious cycle. And this is why I'm 100% behind Rolla, which showed me a new visionary thing, that let's do it at the level of the organizations or the units, put it together, make sure that it doesn't step big time into areas, and protect yourself against litigations. And then, who knows, we might put Ahmed Faqih, and then we have a combined one, and then Cleveland Clinic comes in, Emirate Health Society comes in, then we create a bit of a club or a society that can lead this. So I believe this is a way forward, and we can take it from there. I can see Sarah shaking her head because she's got the strongest background of Emirate Health Society, so much stronger than us as units. So you can be the head of the umbrella, and we're all in it.
Absolutely agree with both of you, and I also want to add that United Arab Emirates probably pioneered in having the first artificial intelligence ministry across the globe, and this will also help in standardizing regulations and policies and procedures and govern the state of artificial intelligence and the use of and the utilization of artificial intelligence. However, I still agree that we still need to create this governance across each health facility and each health establishment to ensure the, as you mentioned, the safety and the efficiency of whatever artificial intelligence models we're utilizing on our patients. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a study done by Google recently. So Google have issued a device to look into the fundus of the eye and diagnose diabetic retinopathy earlier in order to expedite the process for the nurses and the physicians and to just decrease the waiting time for patients. They just released a report saying that this device was not functional properly and that this device had many false positives due to the image grading, which was not correct because they did not take into consideration the lighting of the room while doing the study. So basically, Google has accepted that they failed, which is very good. And those artificial intelligence algorithms, they do have failures and they learn from their failures. Most important is really to declare it and not to have the patient undergo those studies without any monitoring.
Thank you. Professor Abdul, what gets in the way? What gets in the way of us implementing and planning and moving AI and digitization forward? I mean, Burjil's an organization of size.
One of the main things, is almost always a human factor. Humans have fear of change. And why they change? One, there is a lot of lack of trust because all the AI gadgets and programs and apps, people think that they're just made for commercial reasons and they want to push for it. So they resist it without even attempting to try it and study it and do a randomized trial or something to compare it. Second, fear of loss of jobs. Okay, when you push artificial intelligence in your radiology department, half of the radiologists will be worried that they're no longer needed. And we know the answers for that. It's being said 100 times that do not worry, nobody should lose his job, but they might change how they deliver their job because now I have AI with it. But definitely, because what happens, the managers will be like, well, yeah, I'm going to save in the salaries. So it creates a bit of havoc there. Third, there is no, people do not keep an eye on authentication of the outcomes and the reports. So if everybody shows evidence-based about the outcome of this, I tell you like 96% is right. And while human error is 84. Human error has been done 100 times, but how the 96% done? How many papers wrote about it? What are the references? Is it strong? Is it type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4? Or just published by the manufacturer? So all these facts create a bit of atmosphere of worry. And this is where people start to passively resist the change. But we want to tell them one thing, change is coming. Like winter is coming.
So the delay is all about the people, not the technology.
Yeah, exactly. The technology is going crazy. You know, like almost every week, maybe because the family, my family, personal family, are working into disruptive innovations, and I see it a lot. So everything is being done. Young people coming from the States, from different parts of the world, coming here to different hubs in the UAE, showing us gadgets. Some of them are being used in remote areas, especially in the sub-Saharan African. Now telemedicine is going big there. And almost the AI gadgets and things I see is just like if you have an iPhone or any mobile phone, intelligent one or electronic one, you can have almost a doctor in your pocket. You communicate, you look, you show your tongue, you show your eye, you can see, and they have some added gadgets as well. To put it here, they look inside, they can read your temperature, read your circulation. I mean, like, how many of you have Apple Watch now? They can have their ECG and pulse and oxygen and temperature. People used it during COVID to say, like, my temperature is going up, most people have got COVID, and they go do a swab. So this is all AI gadgets that's coming into reality. We need to get it on.
Agreed. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, I agree with Abdul on all what he said, and I wanted to add the importance of training our staff on artificial intelligence. It's very important. Myself today, I'm a student on a course on artificial intelligence in healthcare because I wanted to understand better how it works. So training is important. The other thing that is very important is communicating with the stakeholder and informing patients about the use of AI. So are we disclosing all benefits and risks of AI to our patients? Not yet. So this is also something to think about. And the third thing is the unsafe use of AI. And I think the fear of unsafe use is within every single person working in healthcare. It's also in the mind of people who have worked for a long time in healthcare. I don't know if you know Jeffrey Hinton, who used to work for a decade at Google. He just resigned recently from Google, so he is able to speak openly about the harm that AI can do to if used unsafely.
It says something when you're willing to resign, just to be able to speak at it. Audience, we'll try to get to a question or two of yours before the end, but obviously we have a lot of good stuff we want to get to as well. Dr. Sarah, I'm interested in what patient and consumer tools that you see seeing traction, right? How are these being, how are they growing?
Okay, I'll start until the, the next slide, please. Thank you. So Steve Jobs said, get closer than ever to your customers, so close that you can tell them what they need well before they realize it themselves. So we made an attempt to use artificial intelligence to understand our customers and get closer to our patients. We created our customer intelligence program, which is basically an AI-driven patient feedback sentiment analysis. First, in the Middle East, this customer intelligence program automatically analyzes and interprets the sentiment and the emotional tone of patients' feedbacks collected from different channels, such as surveys, online reviews, social media. for making effective decisions in clinical and administrative settings in the Emirates Health Services. It also processes large amount of unstructured and siloed feedback data, which helps us to understand the patient's experiences and patient's opinions to identify areas of improvement and to help in taking actionable decisions to improve the quality of care. The artificial intelligence model used was the NLP, which is the natural language processing machine learning model or algorithm. It saved hundreds of hours of manual analysis, and it automatically classifies the patient's feedback into positive, negative, or a neutral remark. These are further categorized appropriately, and specific topics are identified, which allows us to understand and gain a clear and comprehensive understanding of patients' needs and preferences. It also enables us to effectively identify areas where patients are satisfied and unsatisfied. Next slide, please. The main outcomes of this project were so many, but I have chosen some, and I'm going to mention that there was a significant reduction in the amount of course, staff manual efforts, and so much time was obviously saved. We empowered our patient community by establishing a feedback loop where patients are informed about the decisions taken. We improved our appointment system and reduced the waiting time. We improved patient satisfaction by 82% and enhanced patient retention by 81%. We also introduced additional open communication channels for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland, Dr. Abdel, we don't want to miss you guys. What do you think about patient consumer tools that have been seeing traction, both your organizations and what you're seeing beyond?
Yeah, patients, they can use lots of tools. In hospitals, the tools that they use are really, need to be really very well studied and very well looked after in monitoring. I'll give you the example, for example, of the tele ECG monitoring, okay? So patients, you put a Holter monitoring for them, and then you attach this Holter monitoring to a central station, and this central station will recognize any arrhythmias, and immediately, in case of arrhythmia like atrial fibrillation or heart block, they will immediately put this patient in contact with his physicians. Again, you can see limitations with this. So what happens if the physician is not in the country? What happens if the physician is asleep? Or what happens if the connection itself is not working? So many question marks on those devices that are used really by patients. I think the user needs more clarity about what we are offering him. The healthcare system offering those needs also to be very vigilant about the safety of those equipments. The other algorithm that is very well used in hospitals is the implementation of vital signs in order to detect septicemia, early septic shock in patients. And this is really has been proven very effective to diagnose patients ahead of time and help them recover earlier.
Yeah. No, it's just like, I like the Holters ones because we managed to work on transferring some of our ideal normal patients' beds to semi-HDU beds or HDU beds, which is like increasing capacity. One of the main thing, it is also operator dependent. How you run it, how you monitor it, how you respond to it. And in AI world, there is a lot of things that's being built to have an auto response as well. Like mainly if a patient comes in with suspected cardiac arrest or like ischemic heart disease, you put him through the ER, they go into connected AI, analyze things, they can decide to shock or give him injections or give him things automatically. And if he's going to shock, it gives you an alert, so you move up, they shock the patient, and we know that survival is much higher than normal because the quick reaction than the normal team coming in and arguing about it. So the main thing is we're still having augmented intelligence or artificial intelligence to enhance what we do day in, day out, and to make it much safer, reduce human errors, and make it more capacity friendly. And this is always the thing. But when we say healthcare, you're going to divide it into diagnostics, into therapeutic, into management, into capacity, and into finance. So it goes into all this. It is something, as I said, we need to be part of it because it's happening whether we like it or not.
Thank you. Turn to the audience. Before I ask more questions, does anyone out there have something they'd like to ask our panel? Right here in the front. I guess just speak real loud.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Hamza Awad. I'm Associate Professor in Health Information Management. And I came today actually because we have a panel discussion after you, but I much like the area because it's my area of research and teaching is related to the uses of health information technology with emphasis on building registries and managing non-chronic or non-communicable diseases. You mentioned very nice, important points when you mentioned about telemonitoring. I think what we have here is more with regards to the digital transformation. What we're trying to do in the Middle East is more digital adoption rather than digital transformation. So if we come up with more agreement or consensus of that what we are doing is not systematic-based work, it's an individual-based work, this is number one. Number two is telemonitoring is not supposed to be 24 hours. Telemonitoring is supposed to be with the hub people who can monitor and advise, or an AI to give a feedback. So the physician should not be available in that time or whenever this telemonitoring is happening. And when we talk more about building database or even connecting database, we need also to bring to the table the PHR, personal health records, with existing EMR. So we still have a gap in connecting the vital signs of patients as a very fundamental points of electronic medical records and what's going on with the patients at home. Because the gap between the hospital-based operation, and as I'm talking as an industry person, I worked before in a hospital, and as an academician, I just see that we still have to cover the gap between the research, that what research is saying, and what is the industry is practicing. So I think it's very important thing that we gather together here today to discuss more of these telehealth applications and how this can be in a systematic-based work and connected to the ministry, connected to the Department of Health for building registries and coming back with more advices to the patient's self-care management and applying some of the quality management points with making patient center of care in a way that we can have more of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary perspective for the benefits of the patients. So AI and machine learning is not only going to be as an adoption, it has to be as a systematic base and has to be also reflected on chronic disease management, chronic disease prevention as well. So we still need to implement the step of prevention, primary prevention, effectively in the Middle East in general, because we see people go to the doctor when they are sick. We've never seen someone going to the doctor because they want to prevent themselves from being sick. So what we're trying to say here, the system is more about bringing patient healthcare or personal healthcare record with a telemonitoring for preventing purposes, connecting this with existing operational base level of day-to-day operation in the hospitals. This we can have more effective reflection on the non-communicable disease, and which is more, we suffer from this many types of non-communicable diseases, and I call them all as a lifestyle diseases. So AI is very effective and machine learning, and we need to have more of this into the prevention level and engaging more patients' perspective in the operational part. That's what my comment. Thank you.
And I see someone standing up here. Does that mean we're done? Okay. Good. That means we're done. Thank you very much. It's been great to talk with you. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much for that interesting session. I believe we now have another round of face-to-face meetings for an hour. That gives us a chance really to unpack a lot of this before we come back for data and wearables technologies, which is perhaps one of the ways that a lot of these other technologies will get back out into the community and will be patient-centered care. So I look forward to that session and hopefully how we can weave that back into this main theme. That starts again at 3:30. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:30. We have 2 more sessions, and I'm sure everyone would like to at least finish on time if we didn't start on time today. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Mazin Gadir, digital health expert, advisor healthcare to the government authorities. I mean, that just says nothing compared to what I actually read of his CV. This guy is just, from what I can tell, one of the world's leading experts. And he's put together a panel for you now on the whole topic of data, wearable technologies, which I do see as a major way of keeping decentralized systems and keeping patients in the loop. So I very much look forward to this next discussion. Thank you.
So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Again, thank you for having me in this wonderful panel. It's an honor and a privilege. I do have to confess I'm a long life student, and I have the privilege to be with a number of amazing scholars and practitioners from this wonderful field. I want to also extend my thanks to Hadi and Reem, my guardian angels from Agora Group, for this amazing session and this amazing forum to bring all like-minded brain cells together. So that's great. Great to be with you. So what I would like to do, let me just first introduce my panelists who will be joining us today as we discuss data and wearables technologies for better health. And all of you know that data is at the heart of our industry in healthcare. From wearables that will begin to play a bigger role in patient care and raise health awareness, which is one of the biggest lessons learned from COVID-19, fighting infodemic and spreading awareness. I just came from Global Health Exhibition, and hence my tired face this morning, and they are pushing hard to bring prevention and healthy lifestyle to the forefront, as is the case in our health systems in the MENA region. Mobile health technology can greatly empower people to be engaged participants in their care and more responsible for their own health, while improving private or prevention medicine, ultimately saving lives. An estimated 1.3 billion different medical devices will be connected to health delivery organizations by 2030. How secure is our data? What are the implications and the impact of cybersecurity and governance struggling in the healthcare ecosystem? And those are some of the struggles we are facing in the regulatory atmosphere. Let us hear from our experts about some of the key challenges, some of the potential opportunities in opening new markets in this area in our beloved healthcare industry. So, let's start with our, first of all, I'll start calling the panelists one by one, and we'll give them a very exciting round of applause as they come in. So let me start with Mr. Jalil Rahiman, IT Director of Prime Healthcare Group. Excellent. Oops, watch out. Excellent. Occupational health hazard there. Okay. Next, we have Dr. MD Haroon, HIS Specialist, Ahmadi Hospital, KOC, Kuwait. I should say the next heavyweight is, right, Rizwan Tufail, Chief Data Officer in Pure Health. And finally, representing the most important asset in our healthcare ecosystem, academia, Dr. Hamza Awad, Assistant Professor at Health Science, Health Informatics Research at HCT. Thank you, Doctor. So I think you will help me keep the time, because with this amazing panelists, I cannot stay away from their amazing experience. Thank you, sir. Perfect. So let me start maybe with academia. I have a number of questions, but we'll start with putting the ground for our discussion. Maybe starting with how and what can ensure, for example, from your experience, Dr. Hamza, and bring in academia first, what are some of the insurance that we get if we look at, for example, data coming up from public health to secure and privately keep this data safe when we talk to, or our systems talk to wearable technologies? What are some of your thoughts on that when it comes to bringing data to be utilized and weaponize our public health programs as we securely integrate with wearable devices?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Public health informatics is a very fundamental part these days, and connecting academia with industry is more about thinking about how the type of the data that we use and its uses in the primary care centers and the preventive care and the operation of the hospitals. Regulation is very fundamental part when we think about HIPAA regulation, for example, that where we can regulate more about privacy, confidentiality, or all of about the data that we get from patients. Connecting this to the registries by the ministry is also a very important point, that where we can have more bank of data that can help our regulatory body to improve the operations of the hospital and build more policy, day-to-day operation, and even building strategy. So I see the academia that involving in terms of bridging the gap between research and clinical practice. And we see a lot of gaps that usually when we go to the hospitals, we say this is it evidence-based work? Is it research-based work? And then if we apply this in a practical way, we will see more of the transferable data from patients, from the hospital to the regulatory body, and then we monitor this and we try to keep this in terms of our understanding for the evidence-based level and how we can put research into practice. This is how I can see this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamza. Maybe if I come to a provider who is actually can give also their account, Dr. Haroon, from your side, because again, as an implementer and somebody on the field, what are some of the challenges you're facing when it comes to unleashing that data that sits with wearables?
Thank you. I would just take maybe 30 seconds. Now, for example, I stand up, okay? How many of you are wearing wearable device? Like I have watch, okay, smartwatch. For example, I cover a distance, 10 to 15 meters, again, back from 10 to 15 meters, and I walk. But there is a huge variability in the data which is being recorded in my watch, and if I go and see my mobile, for example, I am wearing Samsung smartwatch, and my mobile is Apple, iOS. Though the same number of steps covered, however, when we see there is variability of the data, because the platform on which these technologies work are not in sync. So different manufacturers work in different platforms and they're not in sync. Now, for example, you as a provider, how would you decide on what parameters that the data which the wearable device are capturing are on reliability on which part? What would you consider? So this is one of the biggest challenge. So this we have to address. So I'll just make it short, that there has to be a trust and there has to be one uniform governing body, though we have. However, the regulations being passed by them is yet to be adopted, because we are moving fast and the regulations are little slow to be adopted.
Excellent.
This would be my feedback.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Haroon. And again, being also in a leading provider in Kuwait, you're seeing it from that angle. That's fantastic. Let me bring Mr. Jalil, because Mr. Jalil, you've been one of the leading organizations connecting to the state-level health information exchange, and you're seeing a lot of work being done from your organization in that ecosystem. Where do you see wearables coming in, Nabid, let's say?
I think, thank you, first of all, thank you for the question and thank you for this opportunity. I think that this is definitely the next step, right? So we have, like you said, the data exchange happening. We have started a program where we are collecting data from the patients. We're not using wearables yet in terms of the standard data because of the exact challenge that you mentioned, Haroon. But we have actually gone for a device which gives multiple parameters, and we have calibrated it within internally to ensure that it gives the right data. Right? So we're capturing it for a certain set of patients, and we've started with 100 patients right now, and there's a dashboard that comes up, right? Now, what we want to really do is, can we now push this data back into the data exchange, and can that be used? Because on a bigger picture, if you really want to do an AI or analytics at a community level, I don't think private organizations have enough data. This has to really go back at the country level, where a lot of use of this data can be done. Currently, we are managing the chronic side of it, but if you want to really use it for public, there has to be regulations in terms of how this can be shared, maybe without disclosing the patients, but you can still use that information with age groups and others. So there's a lot of work to be done there yet. I think this is very early stage.
Excellent, excellent. And that brings me also nicely, smoothly to Dr. Rizwan, because you play at a very vital area of the ecosystem. Being an operator, being a disruptor in the Abu Dhabi health system, you're seeing the different stakeholders playing under your umbrella. And I would love to see your thoughts or get your thoughts on how close are you watching or monitoring this field, the wearables field, and the data that comes out of it in collaboration with the regulators from your side.
Excellent. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to, because from my previous experiences on a couple of panels, people don't really know about Pure Health because we're not a consumer brand. So let me first of all just preamble with who Pure Health is, because that will give you context for some of my remarks. So Pure Health is an integrated healthcare network across the UAE. We operate close to about 30 hospitals, 160 labs, 100 plus clinics, and the largest health insurance company in the UAE. Close to about 45% of the healthcare episodes happen at one of our facilities. In that sense, we have a completely vested interest in ensuring forward-looking population health management principles, meaning getting more and more people to think about how they take better care of themselves so that they stay out of healthcare facilities. We're doing a lot of work in that area. First of all, I think we should, when we talk about wearables, we should really think about from what angle. When we think about wearables and Apple and Fitbit's interest, that is a completely different animal than if a healthcare provider begins to think about an app and enabling people to sort of take better care of themselves. Those are completely different. They're not even comparable. One of the exciting things that so the second principle is, I think that the individual needs to be at the center. I'm not using the word patient. I think it's the individual that needs to be at the center, because if we can actually keep the patient from becoming a patient and showing up at one of our facilities, the better off we are. So the way we are doing this right now is, Mazen and I spoke about this just before. We've launched an app called Pura. Pura is right now available for download across the UAE. We've also run a very extensive pilot of close to about 3,000 individuals. We call it a longevity pilot. And the most important thing there was, yes, we're getting wearable data, but the most important thing is actually the empowerment of the individual. You know about the Hawthorne effect. In psychology, it means a subject begins to change their behavior when they know they are being observed. Well, guess what? The person who's observing in that case is the patient themselves. And we see a sudden and really, really interesting change in their behavior when they know that their app and their wearable is actually telling them that. We've also gathered data points on people who think that they understand health data, or we ask people about their level of belief that their health is under their control. What is really fascinating is that people who said that they understand health data and who believe that health is under their own control, their behavior that we see from the wearables is very, very different than the ones who responded that they don't have that. The point of my comments is, I think we need to think very squarely about the benefit from interventions like that, the benefit to the individual, and then only scaling out to the community level. Sometimes we start very, very quickly at the community level or at the country level, we really need to think of the individual, empowering them with information to take care of themselves, and then think more broadly.
Absolutely. That's a very good one. And I'm bringing you immediately, Dr. Hamza, because today is Halloween. And as you know, we always look for those dark areas in the discussion, the statements we had when it comes to the wearables and data that you think could actually be an area of opportunity for you from an academic point of view.
I will come to this, but first I want to say that it's very important to think about the wearable devices for patients from different aspects, which is the continuity. People sometimes very motivated about using Apple Watch or even whatever kind of wearable device to monitor their pulse, to monitor their blood glucose, to monitor what heart beats, different things, different parameters. But the point is that to what extent that we can keep the patient motivated and reflecting this data toward the system, that when patient comes to the doctor, doctors see the blood glucose level that's shared from the patients through the mobile application or through the wearable device is part of the treatment. And I'm progressing with this data that I'm sharing. I do fasting blood glucose in the morning for 7 days in the week, but there is no feedback. Now I will give up. Now the point is here that we keep on track and continuity by giving more of that feedback for the patients in a way that we can keep them on track and use the data for patient self-care management rather than for collecting data and then sharing this data to patients and say that you're doing well or not doing well. Because it is like kind of like a result at the end, we will show the patient that you are improving and not improving. Then what is next? What is next is what we can do in terms of getting patients involved in the treatment and then having the perspective of patients from the data and say that what you have been doing over the last month based on uses, for example, of AI, that detecting the number of times that you had hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia, and then we connect this to your level of patient self-care management, then the patient will see themselves part of the decision, part of the treatment, part of the plan. So we use the data to educate the patient and to keep the continuity of the care. Now, is there any lying opportunities from academia toward the data and how this is reflected to the healthcare? Yes, there are a lot of things. And again, building bank of data through the personal health record and building bank of data based on the electronic health record from the hospital-based work, connecting them through the health information exchange and building the master patient index that would be reflect on the care for the patients and connecting different healthcare providers' perspective is the key strength of any data that we collect.
So maybe Dr. Hamza, just quickly, out of curiosity, because I want to see how much of that is being done so far with HCT. Are they working with NABIT or Malafi to try and extend some of those use cases? Is there any publications or research projects that you're currently working on in this area? Just quickly.
In terms of research, we do have a connectivity with different research or with different projects, but we don't have a very active, let's say, connectivity with Malafi or others. However, I'm very well connected with different Ministry of Health for Statistics Research Center, and we're doing kind of collaboration for future research and activities where we can have more of the students' projects as a capstone involved in the screening tools and even getting more of the data for applying this. Last year I had a students who did a machine learning analysis for data coming from different aspects toward prevention of diabetes. But we're still at very early stage of research in that sense.
So going to you, Dr. Haroon, and I think maybe the area that I want to ask in terms of the some of the case studies that you're thinking of, perhaps in Al-Ahmadi Hospital, and some of the collaborations that might come up, because this is an area that might feed in, as mentioned by Dr. Rizwan, into the social determinants of health, value-based care, prevention, healthy lifestyle, empowerment of individuals before communities and whatnot. What are some of the, if you can give us just a bit of a snapshot of what currently is some of your priorities in that area?
Thank you for this question. Just to let you know, our is a very well-based hospital and one of the leading healthcare provider of Kuwait, and we work as a family. Now, we are concentrating more on preventive health. So here is an opportunity for us to adopt a methodology where even the wearable devices and the data what they generate, we can collaborate or we can just integrate with our electronic medical record system. Since morning we have heard with, through many dignitaries that alhamdulillah, like the hospitals here in Middle East, UAE are practicing well and same is ours. So this will be a message which I would like to communicate with our management that we are about to upgrade our own EMR system, and this is one of the world's top 5 class classification awarded EMR system or something new. This is one gray area for sure we are eyeing for the future, and will ensure that the mechanism, or if you can speak to the vendor, so that they will develop a module where the information which is captured by the person itself or the patients, they can directly send it to the physicians or your profile, so that it will be integrated. There only will be in a position to utilize such vital information. As I have given an example, now you get my rhythmic information of heart today, and after 15 days, you as a physician, it gets changed. Now, there may be around 15 to 20 patients like me. How will you classify? So until it is not integrated with the system what you're following. So this would be one area where we would be looking as an opportunity, and for sure, I'll carry this message and we'll be discussing with our management.
Excellent, excellent. So that's a very good indication of the need for upgrades. That's very good. To me, Mr. Jalil, in terms of the, what support or priority do you look at in terms of unleashing, or again, what lacks behind the regulators' efforts to, you know, to bring you more closer to incorporate such data, such wearable capabilities?
Yeah, I think we touched upon one of it earlier, is the standards on wearables. I don't think we have a standards right now. Currently, we've been working for more than 2 years on this now. For the chronic management, and as I said, we have a device mainly for hypertension and diabetic. We're collecting this data and we're actually integrating with the EMR, so the doctors get to see when the patient comes back, and we have a dashboard in terms of exceptions as well. So it's otherwise it's a lot of data, so we do have exceptions where the care managers can have a look at, you know, what are the exceptions, so that we can get back to the patient on time and have a proactive interaction than waiting for the patient to come back after 2 months or 3 months, right? And this is correlated with the EMR data as well, right? But as I said earlier, I don't think there are any regulations right now in terms of, or standards, let me put it that way, in terms of that needs to be followed for these kind of programs. And I think we need to definitely look at that, because right now we're doing the calibrations ourselves. We're looking at, yes, is it FDA approved, but there's still variations in the market in terms of the back-end technology that is followed. So we need to validate that. The other thing is, I don't think everybody is looking at it as an end-to-end solution. I think you touched upon it earlier. So what we've done is exactly what you said earlier, put the patient in the center of the whole equation, right? And don't look at the solution as a silo solution, right? It needs to connect back to your EMR. It has to loop in all the right stakeholders, including the patient or himself, or, you know, the person whom we are taking care of, himself or herself, right? So we have actually taken the SDK and incorporated that into our mobile app, and we didn't actually use the standalone system. So we had to really build it into our mobile app to make sure that patient gets a dashboard, right? And the care manager at the back end gets a dashboard, and we don't overwhelm the doctor with a lot of data. There's a care manager in between. And when the patient visits the doctor, his or her regular MRP, they get to see the data as well. And in case the doctor needs to be called in anywhere in between, the care manager is the one who coordinates that. So I think it's a whole process, and you need to look at it at end to end. Sure. Now the challenge is, I think one of the things, other challenges is the awareness in terms of data privacy is one thing which I think is not very well spoken of in our industry. You have the banks communicating to everybody. We are now maybe talking about only within internal. Are we talking to patients yet? Right? What are the right things they need to do in terms of the data? How should be they sharing the data? What they should know before they share the data, and how crucial it is. I think we're still a lot behind in that, and there has to be certain regulations and controls on that as well.
Sure, excellent. And maybe, Dr. Rizwan, based on that, and I think we looked at the challenges, you have oversight of a number of data hubs under your umbrella and access to a lot of opportunities to scale up. What are the trends that you see that will come into your strategic objectives as a chief data officer in the next year or two to activate either monetization or utilization of this data?
Excellent. So before I start, I would just like to echo, I think I completely agree around the standardization of data. I think that's a critical starting point. Now, just taking a step back, I don't know how many of you know that the federal level HIE, the Health Information Exchange, called RIAYATI, is actually operated by Pure Health. So NABID and Malafi connect, and that means that even if Malafi and NABID need to speak to each other, they connect through us. That privileged position gives us an opportunity or gives us visibility of the data situation across the country. And I can tell you, not only are there data quality issues, there are data interoperability. We actually have different health vocabularies being used across. So this nirvana of providing a patient or the country a unified view of the patient, we're far, far away from that. We actually need to do a lot of work. However, we need to double down on this ambition of a 360-degree view for a patient. Now, if we are to do that, we've already spoken about the fact that healthcare encounter is probably a very, very downstream activity. If you think about upstream influences of health and downstream influences of health, publicly available research talks about the fact that your health system only impacts about 20 to 30% of your health outcomes. It is actually your behavioral determinants or social determinants of health, etc. The opportunity with wearables is that it is one more element of providing the patient, the system, and the doctor that 360-degree view. So we've got to keep reminding ourselves of the promise of why we are doing that. This is not to negate all of the responsibilities that we have from a privacy concern, from an education perspective, actually working with the population, helping them understand that what they are wearing actually has a tremendous amount of potential for them determining their own health. I know this is a very broad agenda. It looks like it's an impossible task, but we've got to start somewhere, and I'm very excited about the start that we have taken.
Very insightful. Thank you, Dr. Rizwan. And I think it's time to bring in the wonderful audience as the biggest player here. What are your thoughts, questions? If you have any question, raise your hand. The rule of the game will be name, organization, and the question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Agnes Robatsky. I'm representing the Royal College of Psychiatrists today. And thank you so much for the panel. I thought it was very, very fascinating. And my question's more aimed at Mr. Tufail. I was, just to play a bit of devil's advocate, I was wondering what your thoughts are on the sort of the ethical considerations of people wearing wearables. There's a lot of conversation around, what is the balance between healthy nudging and free will. So is my insurance provider going to dock me points for choosing a cheeseburger instead of a salad, or taking the elevator instead of the stairs? What are your thoughts on how this looks like in the future?
That's a great question. And again, I think the important element is all of these interventions for whose benefit. And as long as we keep reminding ourselves of that important question, we can design the interventions accordingly. I think the question around, at what point should my insurance company start guilting me for having that one more extra bite of the dessert, is a question that is a very open-ended question. The industry is still sort of thinking about it. We're obviously all in the middle of it as healthcare providers, as individuals, as patients. What I know is that as an individual, I would like to have information around the choices that I am making, if that is the guiding principle, I think we're directionally going in the right direction.
Just to add on to that, I think it's more personalized care. I think that's where it'll come in. It's more personalized to that individual. So before we get into the insurance and who's going to look at it, like we said earlier, it has to be patient-centric, and that's the starting point. You personalize it for that person's need, and I think the insurance, they penalize you for not following it. I think they're too far away from that right now.
Hi, I'm Zishan Ahmed. I'm a consultant psychiatrist working for Sage Clinics. So it's good to hear about how the technology is being used for our own advantage and our own benefits, and this is the need of the game, need of the time. But being a psychiatrist, I was just wondering, you all talked about how the wearables will be monitoring your heart rate, respiration, all of that from the physical health point of view, but we all know that you can't achieve one without the other. You need to have the mental health as well as the physical health both in optimum condition for the individual. I wouldn't use the word for the patient, but for the individual to thrive, we need to have the optimization of both mental as well as the physical health. So I was just wondering from the panel, is this technology, or are you thinking along the lines of the mental health? How are you going to incorporate, because there are apps, like Suicide Watch, there have been mood diaries, there are so many apps which are available on the iOS, Play Stores, and Google. But I'm just thinking, is there anything that you guys are thinking about incorporating mental health into these wearable technologies? Thank you.
I will take this opportunity. If we have heard of IEC, International Electro-Technical Commission. So this is the authorized commission which regulates various policies, rules, which needs to be adopted by the manufacturers of these wearable technologies. And there are various policies. I have the policy numbers as well in case if anyone would like to discuss in person after this session, I would like to put it across. So once this regulations comes into picture, through this, the variability of the data which is being generated by different devices, as we have mentioned that they are going to be hosted by different platforms and they are not synced. So because there is a variability, we need to bring in the trust. Trust will only come if we practice this for a generation. So the well-acclaimed EMR, what we are practicing right now, was not built in a day. There were years of R&D. So IEC also has a very strong R&D which is strongly working, and it has presence in 120 countries. And just to add on, for the opportunity for the people who have been living around UAE, we have Quantrium blockchain solution which is closely working with. They work in AI, they are working with AR, VR, virtual reality, augmented reality, just to ensure that they collaborate this data, and for sure they'll be patching up various hospitals here in UAE.
Excellent, excellent. I think because of time constraints, we just gotta have to close this, but I would like to put our hands together for our wonderful panelists.
Thank you.
And encourage the audience to actually get to connect with them during the break. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. I didn't notice anyone mention during that the use of WhatsApp for the fact that most of our hospitals would crash tomorrow if we actually banned it. It's with great pleasure, and thank you very much. I am very interested in the mobile side of things, that our last session today is about patient mental health and emotional well-being. We covered or touched, should we say, on staff and hospital mental health this morning, and the fact that we're seeing burnout. We're also dealing with a whole population of patients who are, should we say, having to live through the technological revolutions that we are happy to champion, but at the same time having a significant impact on their quality of life. We're especially going to see many people's jobs changes over the next decade, and this is having a knock-on effect on the rest of society. So, without further ado, can we please put together the panel discussion with Dr. Mohammed Fahan Sher, and he will introduce the rest of the guests. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I know it's a post-lunch session, but I'm sure the panel we are going to have here, they're going to wake up your minds very soon. Let me thank the group, Agora Group, for making this session happen, which is about the mental health and the emotional well-being. And at the same time, for making it green, which is actually the color for Mental Health Month, which is October. So thank you very much for, again, raising the awareness about the mental health care in the month of October. Mental health is a universal human right, as we all know. And I'm going to invite my August panel here on the stage for further discussions. Let me invite, first of all, Dr. Nahida on the stage, please. She is our consultant psychiatrist, chair of Behavioral Health Council from SAHA. Put your hands together for Dr. Nahida. We have Dr. Joseph Al-Khoury. He is the consultant psychiatrist, the co-founder and CEO of the Valence Clinic. Welcome on board, Dr. Joseph. Unfortunately, we were unable to get Rola. She has got some problems for the traveling embargo, so she wasn't able to make it today. And Sam is still stuck in the traffic somewhere. So we're going to have two of them here today. So let me shortly introduce myself. I am the Group Chief Operating Officer for AS Health, and we are running one of the services in mental health care across UAE by the name of Maudsley Health, which is from South London and Maudsley, as well as American Center for Psychiatry and Neurology. I'm having a passion for the human resource management, but seems my new love is going to be the artificial resource management with the upcoming new things in this world. So shortly I would like to ask the panel to introduce themselves further, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Nahida Naz Ahmed. I'm a consultant psychiatrist. I'm a consultation liaison psychiatrist by training. I trained in the US. I'm privileged to be overseeing mental health transformation under SAHA. We have recently consolidated under Pure Health's leadership all of SAHA's mental health activity under one vertical. You'll be soon hearing about our launch of our new vertical called Sakina, and I'm really honored to be the CMO of this vertical. This makes us one of the leading and the largest network providing mental health care in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, covering 2 hospitals, inpatient facilities, and several primary care clinics, as well as community-based clinics. So it's lovely to be here, and thank you for this opportunity.
I'm Joseph Al-Khoury. I'm a consultant psychiatrist in adult and addiction psychiatry. I've been in the UAE for the past 2.5 years. I trained in the UK, lived there for about 12 years, moved to Lebanon, where I was at the American University of Beirut, and I was involved in academia and training and developing services. Then I was head of department at American Hospital Dubai for the past 2 years, also bringing the department up to scale. And over the last 5 months, I turned a page and went completely into private practice, opening the Valence Clinic, which has now been running for 5 months and growing. And again, all these had challenges, and I'm sure we'll discuss all these challenges because they're part of the big story of mental health.
Wonderful, thank you. There was a study back in 2019 by the New York University where it mentions that in the UAE there are almost 24,000 mental disorder cases. That was pre-COVID times, I believe. And now I'm not sure what is the rate of mental health care illnesses here. At the same time, in 2020, there is another study which tells us that almost 57% of the UAE population has got at least one mental health disorder. So taking it from here, I would like to ask Dr. Nahida if you can tell us from the start. We will talk about the stigma and awareness. What is the difference between the two in terms of the mental health care awareness, please?
Thank you for the question. I mean, when we are quoting data from this region, especially from UAE for that matter, we have to be mindful that this is not reflective of what's really on ground. This is possibly the tip of the iceberg, because majority of these cases are not seen in clinics. Majority of the cases, due to the profound stigma that exists, do not come out and endorse mental health issues or be open to taking treatment in the country. I have had patients who have for years followed up overseas and refused to see people here or open a file. So whatever data that we claim to have with us is definitely just reflective of those who have actually, gone out and sought help here. So that definitely does not, correlate to what exists and what is the reality on the ground. And as you mentioned correctly, stigma is a huge component for this. It has always been, but thanks to COVID, I think it came with a silver lining for this, for mental health especially, because there was a lot of momentum towards understanding and identifying mental health challenges. Through COVID, we saw a lot of chaos when it comes to anxiety and insecurity and all that. So when the leadership came out and gave reassurance about mental well-being and spoke on various platforms about self-care and self-wellness, etc., we started seeing a trend in more people coming out and endorsing if they have emotional disturbance, like anxiety and depression is becoming a common talk now, and people don't hesitate as much as they would. They're identifying that mental health does not always entail schizophrenia and bipolar or cognitive issues or intellectual issues. It could be, anybody could be susceptible for mental health issues. So this is a trend that's existing now, and hopefully moving forward, the data that we would produce would possibly be a true reflection of what's on ground. We are trying to, one of the challenges that DOH had recognized during their capacity and deficit mapping is that we were underdiagnosing compared to global average, by a huge number. But now that the diagnosis rate has gone up, it does not necessarily mean that we have more prevalence. It's just that more people are coming out and seeking help. So in a way, which is good, because the sooner they seek help, the earlier they seek help, the lesser disability and the lesser burden of disease we have.
Thank you. Taking it forward with Dr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph, how we can differentiate between a mental health care concern versus the mental health illness? Would you shed light upon it, please?
That's a very interesting question, because most of the theme that emerged, especially after COVID, was about mental wellness. And that divide between illness and wellness, as we know, is a very thin line. I always say it's very easy to go from wellness to neutral to illness. And societies are sometimes in denial about that connection. So there's this idea that there are the well people who will never going to need a psychiatrist, who function and have healthy lifestyles and families, and then you have the ill people who are connected to the psychiatric system and mostly to the public sector in most countries. But the reality is much more complex than that, and we know it because, especially in a complex society like the UAE, the interaction between the public service, the private service, people moving in, moving out, the residents, the expats, all this actually puts things much clearer and much more obvious on an acute level. I would say we need to destigmatize illness to be able to do wellness properly. If we don't do that, we can continue really beating around the bush, and we can continue to talk very nicely about good things that people should do, which could include lifestyle, eating better, doing yoga, a better lifestyle at work, again, work problems. But if we don't treat when things are bad and people don't find the resources and the accessibility, we'll be missing a big part, and that's the iceberg that I think Dr. Nahida was mentioning. And that can be very costly for society and requires a lot of investment in the workforce and the systems in place, in the connection between public and private. And I don't think any country in the world has managed to get that balance right. And I think the UAE could be a place where, in a way, an experiment to do that.
Amazing. Dr. Nahida, you mentioned something about the initiatives from the government. Would you be able to tell us more about the service transformation in terms of the mental health?
Absolutely, that's my favorite topic. So this was even pre-COVID that Department of Health was working on creating a mental health model of care. And it just so happened that COVID came and gave that boost to it, and we had to expedite some of the initiatives. So the model of care that Department of Health Abu Dhabi has adopted is very holistic, and it comes a full circle. So it recognizes the preventive aspect of mental health. Like any other chronic health issues, there are measures that can be taken in terms of screening and early interventions and awareness and promotion and advocacy, which will bring down by large the disease course itself. Then the second, this comes under the theme of staying healthy. The second one is getting better, which is under the theme comes the standardization of care, giving high quality care, giving access to care, insurance coverage, workforce optimization, etc. And the last theme, which is sustaining health, is all about rehabilitation and recovery and how functionally recovered an individual is with mental health issues. So as you can see, it comes a full circle, and the brilliant aspect of this is that they have recognized primary care providers as the gatekeepers. So primary care integration of mental health has been happening over the past 3-4 years in Abu Dhabi, and this has really taken a lot of momentum lately, especially recognizing that the medical outcomes, let's say my primary care colleagues have been treating diabetes and hypertension, and many a times they have challenges with compliance or adherence with medications. Now when they're addressing the coexisting depression and anxiety, the medical outcome for their chronic illnesses is getting better. So the profound changes that we are seeing from integrating mental health into medical facilities, into the medical specialties, has also in a way impacted not just the outcome or the cost of caring for these individuals, but also stigma at large. So when an individual comes into a primary care setup and they are, they get to address their mental health problems and the medical problems, they understand that mind and body is being addressed as one. It's part of the health system. So I think this is really something that we're really proud of in Abu Dhabi. We all have a share in that. Private and public sectors have contributed effectively in designing this model and implementing. And inshallah, we're only getting started.
Wonderful. Coming to this prevention part, Dr. Joseph, that's very interesting for me when it comes to the mental well-being we usually say. So would you tell us more about the tools which can help in the prevention of such kind of illnesses?
The understanding of prevention obviously has to stem from the easiest, most accessible measures for people. If we ask people to do things that don't fit within their lifestyle or their life possibilities, actually it creates more stress. So if I tell you, for example, that you're working too hard, but I know that if you don't work hard enough, you're going to lose your job, then I'm putting more stress on you, because then you feel that you're missing out, and then the guilt eats you up and you get more depressed. So I think we need to be realistic and look at how people live to be able to understand how we can actually prevent whatever triggers in their life. We spend most of our time at work. That's the reality. If you look at 24 hours in your life, most of it at work, a bit with your family, and then you sleep. Probably around 30% is sleep. So if we look at these two things, work and sleep already, you're already probably doing a lot to prevent a lot. And we know that mental disorders and mental illness are either triggered or are made worse by these factors, for example. And I think the prevention part, a lot of burden is put on the clinicians, while actually we see patients or we see individuals when things are beyond prevention. So prevention is something that societies have to do, employers, the governments, even with very, very simple measures. Even putting a park in an area can actually be a preventative measure. And we know, again, that from research done by many people, and it has been adapted. And it's never too big an investment in that. And the second part of prevention is allowing access through regular non-mental health professionals. I feel one of the biggest stigma for mental health is actually amongst the medical profession. I find much more tolerance in non-doctors, in non-healthcare, towards mental health issues than among my own colleagues. So if you're not going to refer, if you're going to dismiss people's, for example, depression after a cancer diagnosis, you are actually not participating in prevention. So these are very simple things that can be done, but it requires leadership and it requires vision at all levels of the system.
That's an interesting part. I would like to understand more about the psychiatry and psychology services are complementing other areas or other functions within a hospital setting. Would you be able to tell us more about it?
I think, again, looking at the UAE as it is, I don't see a lot of investment in psychology and psychiatry departments in the major hospitals. It's actually almost as an add-on or almost like a luxury service, while once you have that, you can see the impact on lengths of admission. You can see the impact on the healthcare professionals, the fact that they have support to deal with things that they don't not necessarily equipped to do that. And the patients like it. When we opened the service at the American Hospital Dubai 2 years ago, there was the thought that this would be a small department. And actually, after 6 months, the referrals were pouring in, the professionals were happy with it, we were called upon, and it was a worthwhile investment. And I think people need to look at that, even from a business perspective. There are ways, obviously, to make it business worthwhile because private entities care about business. But it is definitely a bonus and something that will change a whole hospital atmosphere and have real outcomes on patients.
Great, great. Thank you. Dr. Nahida, since morning we are hearing about stable, mentally healthy workforce, burnout of the clinicians in the morning. A lot of stuff has been discussed in the morning about it. So I know there are a couple of interventions which are coming into action in the public and the private sector by the name of employee assistance programs. Would you be able to tell us more about it? I know there was a program by the name of Hayat by the government, federal government, they ran it. So what are the initiatives in the public or private sectors and how they can, uphold this mental well-being of their employees?
So I can speak for our organization. That's how we take employee well-being very seriously. So, and especially throughout COVID and post-COVID, it has been a huge topic of concern because we want to make sure our staff members who have been frontline heroes for a long time, who have experienced tremendous amount of stress and experience traumatic incidences in some cases, are given the support that they need. So for example, in our institute, we have a helpline that used to operate just for psychological support. So for free of cost, anytime in the given day, an employee could call, even anonymously, and seek some counseling. Beyond that, we also have some wellness, well-being activities that are regularly scheduled. Of late, we have introduced a mental health day, in which you can either take the whole day off or you can take into divided hours. We have actually embedded some relaxation rooms in several clinics because we're a huge network in different entities. We are looking for spaces that can be like a safe space where people go to rest or be mindful, meditate, whatever brings them peace and calm. So these are some of the small initiatives that we are doing. But I think in the long run, this has to be somehow mandated because it's not just for healthcare workers that it's an issue. Anybody from any background these days with the given, the humdrum of the life and the kind of work, the stress that's required from the working hours, we are all, no matter what background, are susceptible for this. So everybody, I think, from a DOH's perspective, I've heard that they would be promoting employers taking over, even supplementing insurance for that matter, for employee mental health, providing spaces for mental health recovery and whatnot. So, and in the process, I've seen over the years, at least over the last couple of years post-COVID, quite a few organizations have reached out and sought help. Different entities look for like webinars or workshops or stress management classes, and these things are being taken seriously. The other aspect is that when people seek disability or absenteeism or long sick leaves, these are being addressed more humanely now. They are not, subjected to early dismissal or retirement or firing. And I think that from a provider's perspective, having seen a lot of patients seek that support, for me has been very gratifying to see, because when the employer is mindful of the well-being of an employee, they tend to give back better. The loyalty is better, the engagement into the workforce is better.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's going to also reduce the burden on the healthcare system itself if there is prevention like employee assistance programs introduced to the workforce. Great. So moving on to the disruption thing of artificial intelligence and the digitization. I would like to know more about it. I was just going through and I saw a study from IBM and California University. They are saying that the AI has given good accuracy in terms of diagnosis of certain diseases like schizophrenia, depression, and suicidal thoughts. Specifically, they have mentioned 3 of them. I know since morning we have been, looking on the other implications as well. So I would like to hear your thoughts on the AI in the mental health care arena, please, Dr. Joseph.
I think the starting point is we're never going to produce enough psychiatrists and psychologists to look after the population. There is no chance in the world, not a single country does that. Either they import psychiatrists or they export psychiatrists, and you never have enough. So we do need to look at technology. Now the question is, how much does technology reflect the reality of practice and how much can it be accurate? Because we're dealing here with people's lives and people's minds and the rest of it. And the problem is that the standardization of care, even with human beings in mental health, isn't great. Okay, so predicting suicide, we're still not amazing at it. Diagnosing, we have some diagnosis where if you go to 10 psychiatrists, you're going to end up with the same diagnosis. But you have other diagnoses where you would end up with 10 diagnoses. We see that in clinical practice. So AI has to be able to improve on that. Now, I'm not an expert on how they do this, but a lot of the time we are offered solutions that just seem too readily packaged at the moment. And I think we need experts from the field involved with the AI, with the production of AI as well, to be able for us to trust that and for the patients then to trust the outcome. For example, EMR systems now using AI integrated, helping you prescribe, for example, helping you diagnose. It definitely, for me as a psychiatrist who's been practicing for 20 years, it'd be lovely for someone to do diagnosis for me and let me think about the higher level of the conversation where maybe my input is needed. But I don't think we're there yet, but we're curious about it. And I'm sure, again, big systems of care would be even more interested in that than necessarily, for example, small clinics, because that will be actually an impact on every level of the financing and the sustainability of a system.
Great. I have been working closely on such kind of thing. It's an app by the name of Modology under the umbrella of Maudsley Health. And yes, it is challenging, but keeping certain standards, behind that and make sure that it is safe. And of course, ethical at the end of the day, how we can protect the data and the privacy, etc. Of course, these implications have to be kept in mind while going through artificial intelligence. There is, we call it AI bias, so which is there. But can I ask more about it from Dr. Nahida, if there is anything going on in the public or the private sector?
So definitely through COVID, we saw quite a few startups come up. They were utilizing, artificial intelligence in terms of providing digitalized therapy, people going on a website, for example, and receiving instructions on how to go. But from my perspective, AI is evolving gradually, and I think as days go by, it gets better and better. I mean, like we've seen the evolution of ChatGPT from the day it released to today. It's like profound. So, and I'm assuming that's what's going to happen in AI in healthcare. And then there are pros and cons to it, especially in mental health. I think that it's fabulous to have AI in mental health. Last week I was in the US, I was with some of my friends who were talking about trauma therapy. Now they have a hologram, an AI, artificially generated therapist that can be deployed with soldiers in combat grounds. So you know when you have an acute stress disorder and acute exposure to something really traumatic, that debriefing that happens in time is very precious, and it can have a good effect on the long term of the trauma effects. So things like that are definitely valuable. But at the same time, we have to remember that human beings have evolved by connectedness, being connected. There is the downside of being disconnected when the AI becomes more and more mature. And that's my fear, because I think as we start losing that connectivity with human beings, the human touch, the human smile, the human interactions, it's definitely going to have counterproductive effects on mental health. So it's a balance that we have to look for, and not just connection with human beings, connection with nature, connection with outer space. These are all indicators of good mental health, of being calm and how to cope well. So we are at risk of losing that if we more make it more AI generated. So let's see how it goes.
Amazing. Of course, Rome was not built in a day, and we have to wait for that time when it will be all safe and healthy for everyone here. I would not take more time. I think I should take some questions now before we end. So there is a gentleman here. Oh.
Good afternoon. I think the rule was it your name and your association and question? Is that the previous? Because I'm Dr. Stephen Liu. So I run a research lab in AI, in fact, and I was formerly in the Prime Minister's office for 5 years. I was also an academic for about 5 years in AI. So I wanted to sort of pick up on the role of AI in psychiatry. I'm glad you did the segue, because because now it's sort of used like a pixie dust. It's sort of AI in X, AI in Y, and so forth. But it turns out that one of the most sort of primary examples of AI and the development of AI was psychiatry, right? The program ELIZA. It was a chatbot that was developed by Joseph Weizenbaum, and it turned out that his secretary was so hooked on ELIZA, as if it were her therapist, that he had to sort of stop her from using it, right? So it's got a very long history with psychiatry. My question to you is, psychiatry has a lot of sort of modalities and also areas of therapy, if you will. So schizophrenia, for example, depression, mood disorders, personality disorders, and so forth. And so does AI. So you have expert systems, for example. You have natural language processing. You have machine learning, and so forth. Have you come across any interesting use cases that match, for example, personality disorder with, for example, sort of molecular, therapy that could match specific type of illness with a specific type of offering from AI? Thank you.
Not that I've come across, but we're actually working on it, and we just got a grant from Department of Health. We're working with the Biomedical Engineering and Khalifa University for something related to dementia. So we want to, not just the biofeedback, also we want to create a platform or an application which will assist people with early dementia, MCI, in terms of how best they can remember. We take the feedbacks. We want to learn from the AI as well, how we can define the care pathway for people who are heading towards cognitive decline. So it's really preliminary in its stages, but we're very hopeful that AI can be profoundly useful in many aspects. As you mentioned, schizophrenia, sometimes people live in isolations when they are schizophrenics. So having an assistant, somebody to have like an artificially generated assistant, or somebody to watch over their healthy lifestyle. Like right now we have lots of deficits in terms of caseworkers or social workers. So the AI could actually fill in those roles because those are quite concrete, not necessarily very therapeutic. It's about arranging their appointments, for example, or making sure that they are following their time schedule and being on their psychosocial lifestyle, adherent to that. So potentially, I see AI's role in these spectrum of roles where they can be an assistant to people with mental disabilities, but I mean, only time can show.
Great. Any other questions? Down there, can you just pass on the mic?
Thank you. Dr. Waleed Ahmed, consultant psychiatrist and clinical director at Maudsley Health. On one hand, it's very encouraging to see that mental health lends very well to adoption of technologies, telemedicine, AI, and the rest of it. But day in, day out, I have to remind myself, psychiatry, psychiatrist, psychology, contains the word psyche. It's all about mind, soul, human connection. There is a lot of research that suggests that the greatest predictability for a success of therapy is the connection between the therapist and the patient. So with that in mind, how do you see new technologies, including AI and the rest of it, how do you see this technology being incorporated into mental health, and being aware that the success of such incorporation also depends upon how well the technology is? I believe the term is singularity to define how well the AI or the technology is close to humanness. Does it require us to wait a bit before we actually see some of that realizing in the real world, and how well the technology is actually useful and effective clinically? Thank you.
I definitely agree with you, Dr. Ahmed, about the psyche part, especially that we don't actually still understand the psyche part. I always tell the medical students, the brain is the most complex organ. We figured out the kidney, the liver, the heart, most of it, but that organ, we still have a while to go, which is more of a challenge, I think, for us, and also more of a challenge for anybody who's going to bring in technology into at least the intervention part. Now, with the assessment part, we could say we're good enough at least to be able to, use some standardized artificial input. But to be very humble, honestly, I don't think we know enough about AI and its application in healthcare. I mean, as doctors, we keep repeating it and saying it. But actually, I've never sat and had a proper conversation about how it could help me. Recently, I've been chatting to people again about the treatment part using medication. So if we forget about the therapy part and we focus on medication where we're closer to medicine, how can AI help me choose an antidepressant, for example? Is there enough databases that we can rely on? And let's not forget the cultural part, okay? If we're gonna, we're in most studies on prescribing or on AI do not take into consideration the cultural aspect, which we know impacts the outcome. So I think, we cannot avoid technology. We'd like to know more about it, and I think most psychiatrists will embrace it as long as they know that it's an added value to whatever work they're doing.
Thank you. I can't take more questions, I believe. Thank you very much. I'm just going to close it with certain learnings from today, probably, which is, of course, destigmatization of mental health concern or the illnesses. We should all learn to recognize the early signs and symptoms of any mental health issues. Technologies and modern features are a movement. We can't deny, but at the same time, they need to be much more regulated. And we all need to take a break to reflect upon ourselves for the self-healing and self-discovery. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the amazing panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for finishing there. So a few closing remarks. We're about to have Reem from Agora just tell us about next year's event. The UAE is clearly leading transformation in many areas, both public and private. And like any marriage, it needs to be worked at. And I'm very pleased to see here today some of the regulatory people on board as well. I think disruption is almost a misnomer now, because disruption is the new normal. We're just going to have to accept this is the reality of our lives. And if not, well, confide in your mental health app, because it's probably going to give you the answers that you need. It might be difficult, but I'm sure as time goes on, it will get more refined. If anyone reads the MEM GPT paper this month from Stanford, you'll probably be thinking AGI is about 2 years away. My final comment, maybe having had the opportunity to meet so many wonderful people here, is that the half-life is quickening. For most of us with a computer science background, we see agile methodology as the only way to sustain some kind of semblance and order in this. And what I'm very pleased to see is that the half-life of my orthopedic world, which is around 4 years, and what used to be the half-life of something like 18 months in computer science, are descending towards this sort of, singularity, as you say, with about a sort of 6-month half-life, which means we'll have had at least 2 cycles by next year's meeting. Thank you.
Hello, I have one of the speakers who was supposed to be on our last panel, the mental health, Sam Katyalla. He's going to be with us for 5 minutes on stage. He got stuck in traffic. So please go ahead, Sam.
Can I take this? I have to apologize. I'm a victim, and I said to Reem, let me give it to you, a little bit of few minutes. First of all, thank you for waiting. Secondly, big apologize to Dr. Muhammad. We had pre-meetings, online, Zoom, and he did a great homework to get us all aligned for the panel. And I've been on 1.5 hours on the Sheikh Zayed Road, coming from the wrong side, where I need usually 15 minutes. And I said, let me just say, not only sorry, but give you a little bit of my thought mind, because I'm not here to promote anything, sell anything, or even activate anything. But I'm maybe the only one who's not coming from the scene of healthcare business. But I'm a human being who's affected by the healthcare megatrends. So when it comes to mental disorder, disruption, diseases, whatever we're going to call it, and allow me just to say it from somebody who is working with a lot of government entities these days in a different variation of fields of where we promote, activate, and edutain people. It's the biggest mega trend we are facing now is energy imbalance. And energies are actually the line of information in your body. And who's the manager of the energy? The chakras. So, and the body has 3 bodies. And I always tell to people, focus on the 3 bodies you are gifted to. And I say 3. I said the first one is the physical body, your palace. The second body is the energy body, to protect you. But the third body is the ideology, which is managed by the chakras, which are your energy lines. And because of the frustration in social media, and we're having, I'm not going into it, but a lot of crazy stuff taking place around the world, not only in one region, but people enjoy to look at the one fire, but don't see the macro scene, what's happening. We need to protect ourselves from mental diseases. And disease is not a sickness. Disease stands for dis-ease. That means you're out of balance. And that's where I would like to focus my part in and say, guys, make sure you're always in ease. So the dis-ease doesn't put you out of balance, and the energy, which always copies the physical body and the mental body, can be managed well by the chakras of your mind. And I'm not a yoga master, whatever. I had to learn the hard lesson, what I discovered, because I eat every day, I drink every day, I inhale every day, I exhale every day, and what I do as well. I pray every day, I hope every day, I wish every day, I receive every day, but I lose a lot every day. Even today, my time, that's why I'm late. But what I can win again is your little smile like the lady in the fourth row to give me a bit of hope that I'm not that bad that I kept you waiting. Like the lady in yellow in the last row even sent me a smile, and the gentleman in the back with a yellow shirt and a tie says, okay, you're forgiven. And that is a difference between online and offline image, because that will give people a mental disorder. Why? The offline image, you are ready to excuse me, because sympathy and my energy, and it still shows my green jacket today, Reem, will actually excuse me and forgive me. In the online image, it's not going to happen. Why? Because this is where whatever definition of AIs, whatever the world will try to promote in the future, to have more control with a weapon called money. And the fuel is your energy. You have to get out of the energy, whatever you see in social media, so you don't get in dis-ease with your mental position. Because otherwise you influence. It doesn't mean you get blind, you don't look at it. But increase your energy in the highest frequency which is given by God and Allah, which is love, kindness, support. And that's why we blessed would live in this country, which are opening the doors to anything related to support. But what I'm trying to say is, if you are infused by the online image, you might be taken care of because you expose your life in a wrong way. And back on that, you get into the mental dis-ease. Then make sure that you get the smile in the offline world, because that will balance back your ease in the online world. And this is where we face a mega trend where we have, look, who's above, if I may say so, apart from the ladies, everybody can raise their hand, who's above 50? Yes, I know, but you look much younger. So now, I tell you something. Whoever is above 50, we are the last generation on this planet before internet and after internet. We have the legacy to tell our kids how it used to be before, as a human being, as a center of all, and how it is being after. You can't imagine the responsibility we are facing. Nobody's thinking about this. We are the last. If we don't do it, we are lost in our souls, and AI will replace us. And diseases of mental disorders will increase tremendously. Why? Because the speed of time, what we experience now, is equal to 8 years of changes, anything before 2010. So when I say to you, in 2 years we will have that and that, means in 16 years of quality of changes. That's why you all feel the time is passing too fast. Do you not realize sometimes the week is gone and we have weekend and say, oh my God, where do you think it's coming from? The energy is increasing on this earth tremendously, and we need to be capable to adjust to that. Otherwise we get out of balance of energy. And that is the bigger mega trend, because some organizations doesn't want us to understand. But actually it's a God-given gift by nature to teach us how we can get back in balance. So what I wanted to express here, and that's why I felt like it's important not for you to listen, now that we maybe engage and we become kind of ambassadors for that, what we maybe learned throughout the day, and I've missed the most of it, but I will make sure I get it. But just make sure that in the offline image, you regulate your online image, and you become an HI, human intelligence, combine it with AI as an artificial intelligence to become the PI, the perfect intelligence. Otherwise, you will be the victim of a double AI, automated artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. I wasn't prepared for that. It came freestyle. Thank you.
Well, before we head out, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with us. Hope you enjoyed our event as much as we enjoyed putting it together. I want to thank from deep, deep down of my heart all the speakers who have been for the past 2 weeks working parallel to each other to have such insightful and engaging panels. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Simon for being here today with us. And I just want to remind you that our 7th edition is going to be in Riyadh for the first time. It's going to be in Saudi Arabia on February 2024. The date's supposed to be between 27 to 29. In case you are interested, I would love to see everybody there. You have my email address. Most of you have my WhatsApp. And definitely all of you have contact with our team. So we would love to see you in Saudi Arabia very soon. Thank you again for being here with us. Thank you.